What up? What up, chat? Hold on, let me restart the song. I want to hear the song from the beginning. I love this song, by the way. This is also like a song that actually has like meaning in a sense, because this was part of a indoor percussion show for indoor competition with my students. I arranged this song as their closer, and it was like a banger. So like every time I hear this song, it was like with those students who were competing, and it was like the senior year of my first school that I had students for all 4 years. So like I had a ton of seniors in that program that year, and so like this was the last time I played, obviously, at their last competition ever. So like every time I hear this song, I always think back to that. And this was like back in 2014, I think it was. So, Killama, what's up, man? Thunder, what's happening? Peacha, Laduger, what's going on? Yeah, so this song has a lot of like good memories, and you know, I can literally vision them like playing and moving with drill and all this stuff, performing to this song on the floor and stuff like that. It's really awesome. It was like it's like one of the perfect songs to arrange to for what we were doing too. So it was great. Murtala was going on. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, Killer Mom. So when does the XP start? It starts on Monday. So from Monday through Friday, I think so. Cole Walsh, what's going on, man? From YouTube. I see you. Yeah, so Monday through Friday, I think it is. So that's when I'm gonna start my new character. So I'm gonna start I was gonna start my new character like tomorrow or Saturday, but I think I might as well just wait until Monday since I'm gonna get all that extra sweet XP bonus. Why take 35% longer to level a character if I can just wait till Monday? You got the new ring for your sword today? How's it feeling? Do you know quickening fall procs or doesn't proc the smart nade patch? It does. You know what I want to test, Peacha? I don't think it's gonna work, but it kind of would make sense if it does work. I want to see if the souls from the cursed enemies, like the souls that you stack, I want to see if they by themselves proc close quarters combat, because obviously if I'm using a cutthroat skill, agility skill to unleash the souls, right? And the souls themselves do damage, and you have to do damage. Can it proc the close quarters combat? Yeah, exactly. So like there's a small chance it might work, but I kind of want to test it, because if it does work, dude, that would change the game. Change how we approach some of these builds. So whip me, grandma, what's up? I refuse to play rogue with the bug. Understood. I took that stance for a very long time until the Blizzard devs told us to do it, which I still think is really weird that they're doing that. But it's like, okay, you're not gonna fix it this season, and you're telling me to use the bug. So my hands are kind of tied there. However, though, if you ever played any Poison TB rogue at all, you've been using bugs since the start. Technically, if you ever played Twisting Blades with Blade Dancer, you've been exposed to a bug this entire time, with poison or no poison. Kind of sucks though, because like It'll be nice if they have PTRs so we can like, you know, catch these bugs and get them fixed before they launch on the season or whatever. But hey, what's it get ready to do? I just got to boss for difference in sync. Yeah, it is. When I do, okay, so when I do the Abattoir Azir stuff, I'm gonna actually do it both with and without Tybalt. So I kind of want to, I just want to, I want to take a look at like how big of a gap it is between the two. By the way, am I lagging? Like, is my Twitch lagging? That bug works in all core skills. Well, yeah. Like, is my camera smooth? Like, is my camera like when I do this, is it smooth? Because like on my end, it seems like it's stuttering a lot. That could be my connection. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised. My connection always sucks. No lag on y'all's end. Looks fine. Okay. Yeah. I guess it's my browser or something. Because like right now, like I'm looking at it like on like my Chrome browser or Bravo. Oh, sorry, Brave browser, and like it's just like all kinds of lag. Let me refresh. You said it was tested. Are you sure? You sure it was tested? I mean, I have a video on it, but I didn't actually test it. I just put out a video and just told people what happened. I'm just joking, but yes. RF 100% crit still in the making, or is it already on max roll? I mean, you just get it automatically. You don't have to do anything. Like literally, it's just is what it is. Like as long as you're using Tobalt's Will, it's you're gonna get the 100% crit no matter what. Like as long as you proc the multiple combo points, of course, you're gonna get the 100% crit no matter what. Like you can't not do it. So if you've already been using the build, you've already been getting the 100% crit. Kaja, what's going on? All right, let's boot up the game real quick. Pure rapid fire. I mean, in pinch shot rapid fire too, same thing. As long as you're using enhanced rapid fire, which you should be in pinch shot as well, you're getting 100% crit as well on the rapid fire portion of it. Here's some rogue talk. Gonna try to soak up all the knowledge. Where we're gonna try a couple of things today to see if we can make something I think might be cool. What I think about Woody Joe 1000% lucky hit. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, like I was the one that kind of told Woody Joe about the wind force thing, about the lucky hit with pin shot, and suggested to that wind force could be best in slot. And he took it a little bit further to include like bursting venoms and all the other like stuff. But yes. Because I was like, yeah, you can pretty much like because we were talking about it in like Discord for a little bit before he put the video out. He's like, what could we use with that? And I'm like, you can do, I don't know, Fist of Fate. You can do bursting venoms is probably 100% proc with that. It's a bug, right? Well, yeah, it's based on Tobalt's Will. The only way for you to get that much lucky hit is if you have 22 combo points with pin shot. Cole Watts, what's up, man? I see you on YouTube. I can just throw you 2 dungeons, a few nightmares, and then boom, you're 60 with gear and glyphs. Yeah, but I like the thing is that I like putting together and playing a build though. I don't want to be carried. I don't want to be carried leveling. I want to actually like level on my own. Nothing wrong with it, but like I want to like find the gear, experiment with stuff as I'm like leveling, and like kill things along the way, and like advance the build as I'm playing. So also it's not good for content either. Like kind of just sitting there and watch someone carry me for all the way to there, like it's probably not the most fun thing to watch on stream. Is this on the making build or is it already? Oh, I already answered that question. I think someone came in the chat to ask that. Larry, what's going on? You did Lilith yesterday? Nice. You're following Lucky Luciano's build? Yeah, he has a very good build. Lucky's a very good theory crafter. Like he definitely knows what he's doing. I actually met him at BlizzCon and we took a picture. Me, him, and Woodijo took a picture, and it was titled "The Rogues." So it was pretty cool. It was really cool meeting him in person, man. He's a really cool guy. Huge fan. Why was Rax so mad about the build? I wasn't home most of the day today, so I didn't get a chance to really watch Rax, other than like the one comment I made about the Uber Lilith thing, I think. So I don't know what he said or what happened during stream before or after that. So yeah, if you could tell me what he did, or you could tell me what he was really upset about, I can probably tell you. I don't know. We're about to test something real quick though. I don't think I can do it in the training section. I gotta actually like go out and fight stuff to do it. It took him like 10 years to kill Beast and Ice. He wasn't really struggling with it to yesterday. The day before yesterday he was. But that was before he had combination dagger though. Like the entire build, like most of his leveling was without combination dagger. And without combination dagger, you're not gonna be able to proc the 22 combo points. And without that, most rogue builds right now this season feels quite weak. Like it just is what it is. Said the build is too reliant on the bug. Almost all rogue builds are right now. I mean, it's kind of is what it is. The only thing that can do okay damage or decent clearing without that is Poison Twisting Blaze, and Poison Twisting Blaze has its own bug outside of like to boss will bugs. So like it doesn't. I think all rogue builds right now, if you want them to be strong, it's gonna unfortunately rely on some sort of bug of some sort. That's just the nature of things. But even with the bug, you can't expect it to be on the level of what barbs are doing or what ball lightning sources are doing. It's just not that. But I will say that it is a little, you can say that it's a little frustrating playing something that requires way more buttons to do less damage than what barbs are doing, or less damage than what sources are doing. So you can make that argument. You have to press too much buttons. That's just rogue in general. Unfortunately, to proc close quarters combat is going to be a lot of buttons. I don't know if somebody asked, but is it possible to master damage with the boss without it? No. Yeah. But I mean, I can attest to the fact that like if you have to play around the bug, period. I actually did not want to. I actually didn't even want to do that on max roll at all, period. I was even speaking with Woody Joe before I decided to really build around the bug. I was like, do we have to do this? Like, are we gonna still take the stance of not doing bugs at all? And he was just like, we're gonna have to, because people are gonna be looking for guides for Tobalt, Abattoir, Azir, and stuff like that, and preparing. So we're gonna have to build around it. So I was kind of told to, whereas like, okay, well, all right. Classic Twitch. How did you get 22 max combo points? Yours is 19. It's because your pants. Look at the maximum resource. You probably have 17 maximum resource instead of like 20. The more maximum resource, the more combo points you get. That is the bug. What I will do though, who is it? Larry Bird. What I will do is I will take a look at it again, like the pin shot road build again, and try to find some way to make it a little easier. Like, because if you don't do the rotation that is asked, like if you don't do the rotation of all the buffs and stuff, then you're not gonna feel strong for a rogue. For a rogue is the answer. That's the thing. So I might go back and try to see if I can make things a little easier to perform. But the hard part is that since rogues are already kind of like at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to deeps, it's like I don't want to like sacrifice more damage just to make it more accessible. See what I'm saying? Like, I mean, not saying that I wouldn't want it to be more accessible, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to like. Hold on. All right, Peach, are you there? We're gonna test this. Would I ever use Doombringer? Maybe. Larry Bird, appreciate the sub. Depends on the build. If I'm playing like range rapid fire, probably not. But for barrage maybe and pin shot, I might. I may. Barrage has an extra slot, so I think Barrage can get away with slotting Doombringer and Shackle. You kind of do lose something pretty big if you slot Doombringer and Shackle on like rapid fire and also the pin shot setup. But Prayer of the Weak, Undying. What was I trying to get rid of? Okay, so let's see. Hopefully, I don't like. I need to kill stuff first, right? Let's kill some things first. Alright, so I have souls stored, right? Alright, so we need to look for the what are we looking for exactly again? Bruh, quit that. Why do I have that still? Okay, let's get rid of that. We're at the town. I don't think I have my souls though. Oh yeah, I still do have my souls. All right, let's take a look at this again. So it should show up as one. Up the other, so okay, I might have hit him. Yeah, I think I hit him. I didn't mean to hit him. I'm sorry, dude. Sorry. Let's try this again. Cunning stratagem is not working with Tabasco and rapid fire. No, and there's no reason to have it anyway. Like even if it did work, you get 2 arrows, and if you already have 28 arrows, 2 arrows is like very little damage increase for the amount of points you need to get there. Like 2 arrows, if you only had 8 arrows, then 2 arrows is like a 25% damage increase. 2 arrows when you have 28 already is significantly less damage than that. So even if it did work, you wouldn't want it anyway. Marvin, what's going on? Why only 2? Shouldn't it be 7 with 22 combo points? Well, I guess true. If it's taking the base of the full thing here, then yes, you're right. I guess assume it wouldn't do that, but yeah. All right, so let's check this out, Pichu. Let me see. I gotta make sure I don't hit a target with the dash. If I can find a target. Can I buy some density? Okay, there you go. All right, I gotta not hit you. Okay. No. Let me see. Let me dash again. Okay, so there's a cutthroat. Okay, so cutthroat didn't proc, even though I dealt damage with the accursed souls. I'm gonna try it one more time just to make sure. Hold on. Yeah, nah, it didn't do it. I was hoping it would. I was seriously hoping it would. Like deep down inside. But yeah, nah. So I'm a fresh left level 60 and I'm looking to switch up to your build with Ancestrals. Is it viable to do so? I don't have all the unique and aspects. If not, which is necessary before having? When we say my build, which one are you talking about? I got like, I'll say I got like, but almost all the core max roll guide skills or range builds that I authorize. So which one are you talking about? What's the best rogue build? I mean, I would probably say Poison Twisting Blade still, like by a very smidge of a margin. But that's just raw power over time. I honestly think Rapid Fire is kind of towards the top at the moment. Like it takes time for Poison TB to actually get that kind of damage where Rapid Fire just practically one shots on most things. So I think over time, Poison TB is gonna deal more damage once the poison is kind of like revved up or whatever. But I think initially, burst wise, I think it's really hard to compete with Rapid Fire at the moment. Not Barrage. The issue with Barrage right now is that while it's good, it doesn't do a great job of taking advantage of the bug, the Tabos Well bug. So it farms really well. Don't get me wrong. Like it still hits hard and it farms really well, but like the extra arrows shoot from the side or whatever multiple times, and stuff just doesn't really get hit from the stuff from the sides. Leroy, did you hear me when I don't know, did you hear me? If cunning is useless, yeah, it kind of is on Rapid Fire and Barrage right now. All right, so we did that test that did not work out like I thought it might have, would have. So I guess let's just, Helltide is coming up. We'll do a couple of T100s and then we'll do Helltide and then I'll switch to some God Slayer. I got a God Slayer idea with this. I don't think I have the aspect to pull it off though. But I do have an idea that I want to try with God Slayer. I'm a fresh 60 looking to switch up the build Ancestrals. What would I need for the bug to function, and will it still get me through them until I get them? I mean, I know to boss will be one for the bug. I have a video guide if you're trying to do. Well, I guess what are you trying to do? Are you trying to do Rapid Fire, Pin Shot, or Barrage, Leroy? And if so, either one of them, you can find a guide on Maxrow for each one of those builds. and it tells you literally even at the top which ones, what aspects you want to use and stuff. I am playing in-game random variables, having a good time. Good stuff, man. Interesting to see how many steel you earn during this hell tide. Well, it depends on which hell tide it is. Like, it's not when people say, "Oh, I'm getting this many steel per this hell tide or per hell tide." It's hard to kind of gauge that because each hell tide is different. Each hell tide has a little bit of different density in different places. So it's kind of like, you know, it's gonna vary. It also depends on who's running around in your hell tide, you know, because, you know, other people being there also affects that, you know, the events and all that stuff. So there's a lot of things to factor in that I think people may not realize. So when someone tells, hey, I got 2,400 cinders as hell tide, not saying you don't believe them, just is that a consistent every single time? Can you get that to happen? And chances are probably not. But at the high end, I'm sure that's possible. It's like it's like not saying the whole truth, if that makes sense.
You can take what's left.
If I can get 15, I'm good with that each time. Rapid fire preferably, yeah. So I have a video guide, Leroy. If you do it, !RF. And then of course the Maxroll guide, the written guide is on Maxroll. What about Kyle the Nameless? Isn't it good since it has combo points? Kyle the Nameless doesn't have any combo points. And you don't need more lucky hit. Kyle the Nameless should practically never be used in any rogue build, to be honest with you. You have way too many good options. That isn't that. I guess we'll do this one. No, that's 97. What do we want to do? Carrion fields? Sure. How have I been? I've been all right. I've had I had a kind of rough earlier today, like a rough day earlier, but I mean, I'll be all right. I don't like God Slayer on Flurry for the sole reason that I can stun at will. I can't control when to proc it. Gotcha. By the way, I like killing most things, so I don't like ever race to the end of a dungeon. Did they change the barrage animation? No, they didn't. Yeah, sorry to hear that. No, I mean it's all right. I'll be fine. Some days you just have bad days, you know? And ooh, wait, what hit me? Got it. Corpse bow hit me. I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
I'm not ready yet.
Your best friend. Oof. Okay, now I heard that. I heard you. Bro, you in the corner hiding too, bro. You're in a good spot. You like, bro, he ain't gonna see me. I'm gonna get him. He ain't gonna see me. Yeah, he was like all in the corner, man. He was hiding in the corner. That bar above your RF skill, is that to boss proc, right? Because I don't get that. You mean this right here? The 3? That's just regular combo points. There is no like to boss will proc per se. Like there is no status for that. Is Wind Force a better option than a crossbow for penetrating? Only when you have to boss will, it is. Do you lose the aspect? I mean, you lose corruption. That's about it. Which isn't really that big of a deal. Get back here. Got a lot of poison. Wait, where we're supposed to go? Oh yeah, north. Some are saying that the rapid fire passive is bugged with meta. If you have a maxed out metamorphosis, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I should probably make note of that in the guide though, so people know about it. I just figure at this point, since everybody's playing Ball Lightning, and you know North Wall is like telling everybody not to level Metamorphosis, that'll just be a normal thing at this point. You've had a max for quite some time, yeah. If I try any builds that uses the AoE vampire power, but using a skill to make it 100% crit. Oh, you mean Hemomancy with Skyhunter? It's not worth. I've seen it. It's really not worth it. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's like on a rogue, like it you don't even really need the Skyhunter to make a crit, or not will make a crit, but like it's just by the time it's useful, you're already strong enough to where you know you're not having problems clearing. Is the thing. That's all. So it's not terrible. It's just that by that time, oops, I messed up my rotation. Yeah, that was like way too many shots. That should have been 2 shot. Okay, I got my whatchamacallit. Text 11, what's up? No, the RF skill, rapid fire skill, right after you use it. You set the green over the rapid fire. Oh, that's right here. Oh no, that's this right here. Basically, when you evade, you see this. How about your X-Falls build? I think it's good on Pinch Shot and Twisting Blades. You have to build very, very heavily into Poison to do it, but I think it's pretty good on both. It's better on Twisting Blades, surely, but it's good on Pinch Shot too. But you do have to kind of get like all up in the mix of stuff. Pack the Bears was going on. So you have to play pretty close if you're going to do that with Pinch Shot. Said that thing's bug for you. It could be because you have a level 3 metamorphosis.
Not in town.
I got 2 heads, but nowhere to put them. Okay. Guess we'll drop this. All right, and then we'll do this. Your rapid fire build has been my favorite this season. Thank you for that. How viable do you think it will be after Toboss fix? After the Toboss will is fixed, I can actually make the rapid fire build properly. I know that probably sounds funny to say, but once Toboss will is fixed, I won't use Toboss will, period. I have another combination of stuff that will be really strong. I mean, obviously not nearly as strong as the Toboss will bug, but relative to when it's fixed, I have this setup that will be stronger than having Toboss will with rapid fire. And then you can actually use a traditional bow and like force or arrow and play true ranged. So, well, mostly ranged, yes. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to actually getting fixed so I can play that the way I kind of truly want to play it. I'll tie in 8 minutes. Okay. When it will be fixed, you can play without combo points. I mean, yes and no, but I mean, I still think unless they do more with inner sight or preparation, combo points will still be better. It just won't be, you know, like so severely, you know, like a must. But yeah, inner sight and preparation just needs help in general. Inner sight and ultimates, I guess, just really need help. I think preparation should be, I won't say necessarily say redesign, but it needs a rework. So in my videos, I was using something similar with Force or Arrow. Yeah, dude, I love that build. It was the season one rapid fire build that I did. That's like my favorite to play. I was hoping to do something like that this season, but the game says no, and then the dev says no. So yeah, hopefully in season 3 we'll be able to play more like that again. Which glyphs should you level up to 21 first? Oh, rapid fire first. I would say exploit if you're doing like the macro version. Exploit would be the first one you get to 21, and then I'd probably do combat next, because now that you are critting almost 100% of the time after like the 5th or 6th arrow or whatever, then combat actually becomes the strongest, the second strongest glyph you're gonna have in that equation. Where am I going? Am I going the right way? Okay. Rookie passive bust win. I've been rallying for that. I've been rallying for that all season. I made a big thread about it. Directly to the devs about it. Like 3 weeks ago. Oops. Wrong buttons. I'm traveling to the... What tier dungeons are you running? Usually I do 100s, or if I have something like slightly lower, like this is a 97, but usually it's just 100s. But the difference between a 97 and a 100 is like literally the same thing. It's just whatever drops. But generally speaking, it's the only like even remotely content thing I actually have to try a little bit in, which is why I like doing them. Like everything else is a complete pushover. Even though these are kind of pushovers too, but I have to actually pay attention a little bit. So it's like, okay, well. That's bad. That's where this game is programmed to screw with you. All you need is one aspect, dude. It's because you want that aspect. The game knows. The game knows. You have to not care. You have to literally just go like, you know, bro, like I don't even want that aspect. What, Shackle? I don't want that. Who wants a Shackle? Shackle's terrible. And then next thing you know, you get like 3 Shackles in a row from Duriel, and you're just like, ah. He did save on sigil powders for crafting. AOZ, yeah, pretty much. The game knows how you truly feel. How you truly feel too, so you can't lie. Helltide starts soon. Well, I'll wait till Helltide. But after Helltide, I think what I would do is I'm gonna put on Pin Shot Rapid Fire. Like I'm gonna play it legit as written on Maxroll. Only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change Dash into Shadow Step, just because I just prefer Shadow Step. Just so therefore, like, there's like a reference. I've already done it, but I kind of want to do it again, just to be on the make sure side of things, that nothing's wonky or anything. Hell Titan 40 seconds, yep. Like pretend not to care if your PS1 boosts up and makes it work. Exactly. Right. I don't know why I like the song so much, but I do. It's just cool. I don't know. It's called Super Shy by it's like a Korean pop group. New Jeans, I think it is. New Jeans, Super Shy, I think is what it's called. He's got shackle from Darius, so pump, I lose my Umbrus aspect. You don't have to. So Cody, what you want to do when you get a shackle, here's how you play it out. Okay, you lose might basically, not Umbrus. So you want to keep Umbrus, and then you slot disobedience on your amulet instead of elements. So like it depends on what build you're running, but like really what you really want is disobedience and Umbrus when you have a Shaco. That's it. You can get away with like not having any other like defensive aspects, but those are the two you want for sure. To be honest with you, on a rogue, honestly, not on a rogue, but like on some of my builds, the Shaco actually might be a damage reduction versus a damage increase, but it's definitely a toughness increase. So I gotta think about that if I ever get a Shaco, because you know I don't want a Shaco. Who wants a Shaco, right? Like Shackles are terrible. First Shackles is the worst unique in the game, because you know who would want one of those, right? But if for whatever reason the game, you know, wants to give me one, you know, the worst unique in the game by far, of course, right? Then yeah, that's how I would do it on my road. You see what I'm doing? I don't know what you're talking about. I truly don't want a Shaco, man. I mean, who really would want one of those? Like I don't get it. Right game, right Diablo 4 the game, right? You know I truly don't want one, right? Right? Yeah, see? Exactly. The game knows. What? No way. Wait, I can't, I was gonna say, like, I can't get in? Okay. Wiggity, what's going on? Do I have a build posted on any websites? Yes, maxro.gg. Yep. There is one guide I haven't updated yet, and that's Flurry. I'm gonna get around to that tomorrow. So drop might for Umber. Yeah, might is really like the thing is that might is the same thing as Shaco. It's 20% damage reduction, right? It's the exact same thing. So you're just literally trading off. But then you get all the other cool stuff from the Shaco. The only thing that you're missing is the armor roll, which means that you kind of have to run disobedience at that point if you want to get to, you know, like a decent, you know, armor value. That's the tricky part. So it's like, even with the Shaco, you're still kind of making sacrifices because depending on the setup, you do have to give something, you do have to give up something sort of important. You run might and Shaco do both add up. They do, but you wouldn't want to do that. Like, what would you drop to run might? Would you drop Umbrus? Hopefully you wouldn't want to do that. What is this? Okay, Living Steel is here. Why not green gems and weapon for pin shot? Monster's still vulnerable all the time. I mean, you can if you want to. I mean, you're not gonna really notice a difference. At all whatsoever. That little bit of crit damage is like you can put no gems in your weapon and you won't even notice you didn't have gems in it. But the reason why skulls are kind of like, you know, the way to go, I guess, for like let's say a macro site build, is because at least with skulls there is some sort of tangibility there. like people can actually see their little like health bar go up when they kill something. When they kill like a big pack or whatever with skulls, you're not gonna notice a damage increase with those with the emeralds. So the skulls can actually save your life if you're in like a very big pinch, and you're not able to heal fast enough with undying, but you just blew up a huge pack, and it's like maybe 3 elites left. Those skulls actually kind of like have a little bit more value there. But I have to think when I do that, like when I think about it on like the actual say, I got to think about it from like the average player perspective, right? So like there's a little bit more value, a tad bit more value with the skulls than the emeralds. Like the emeralds won't make you go from like tier 90 to tier 100 nightmare dungeons or anything. In fact, it won't even put you from 99 to 100 at all. Like it's like not even close. So like there's almost no tangible value other than you just want to min max and do like maybe what 1.2 1.3% more damage. Like it's like such a small increase. But I mean, if you've been playing rogue for a bit and like you're like maybe like a more advanced player, then sure, skip the skulls. But yeah. You're not sure that the 20% of my hand affects that. I mean, it does. It's just not like, it's not something that I would keep if I already have, if I would already have like Shaco. Like the only reason why you use Might there is because it's very easy to proc, and it's because you don't have Shackle yet. If my IQ had 1.2% more, I'd be a genius. What does each Nightmare Dungeon scale level scale to anyways? I don't know the exact percentage value, honestly. Like how much more health and more damage they have per Nightmare Dungeon. Not quite sure. I'm sure some site probably has it. Yeah, disobedience from your pants. Oh, wait, what build are you running, Cody? I'm gonna grab my first steel chest. TB poison. Okay, well that's a little bit different, yeah. I'm actually still surprised you're not using Tabos well, even with TB poison. I know like the 40% damage doesn't give you anything, but the combo points though does. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're using regular pants, I mean, I guess you could fit all that in if you want. So that's not what we're looking for. Kill 'em off. We're looking at like how much damage do they deal? Like how much like you know how like we know in Diablo 3 like the scaling between like it's like 17% more HP per GR level and like D3 that like that kind of stuff. Yeah, max to boss pants too, but using a Shear's dagger, not combination. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, then your situation would be a little bit different, for sure, Cody. But yeah, I mean, if you could fit all that in there and you're wearing red pants, then yeah, go for it. I was just built compared to actual pin shot rapid fire build. I mean, they're pretty similar. I mean, the playstyle is legit identical. It's just that when things are really thick, pin shot makes more sense. Like really thick density or whatever. Outside of that, I think rapid fire can handle
Yo, Darkside.
like, literally everything
We
else.
just got raided, son. You know how we do. You
Code
pay
up, what's
respect
going
to our
on?
fellow streamers, man.
The rain.
I'm gonna need the chat to throw up some die hype, die thug life emotes, and drop my beat
I
for
know
these
what it
new
is.
viewers. Dashizi out.
Cody
Bro, that's what
raided
the
my
Ray
stream
appreciate
with
you, man.
57 views.
How you doing? But yeah, I'm gonna play the pin shot rapid fire build after this Helltide, because I don't think anyone has actually seen me play it. Like I've played it off stream a bit before, obviously writing it on the Maxro guide, but I'll actually play it on stream because I've been getting like messages saying it doesn't work or it's not effective, and I'm like, it is. But it's not an easy setup to play, juggling two different core skills as well as two different imbuements, as well as close quarters combat and proccing the boss will and making sure you get the right amount of combo points to really get the hit. Like there's a lot of like stuff to be like aware of. Knowing when to use pin shot, knowing when to use rapid fire. It's not so clear cut and dry. So I'll play it on stream. Me barb smash, yeah. Yeah, we don't have that luxury. Nah, man. Rogues are like yeah, trying to get a spaceship to launch basically when we're playing our builds. Playing the rapid fire pin, but 1k lucky poison is fun. It is pretty interesting how like all the different things you can do with pin shots, lucky hit chance. It's kind of nuts. I think Fist of Fate would actually be pretty funny to mess around with. I wouldn't necessarily say valuable, but funny. I guess we can do some of that on stream too. If I have it arrow storms, maybe I'll just do that just for the LOLs. Just decided for pinch shot to test out my Endarius that just dropped. I can stick right now though. Who was it? Scrooge. The thing is right now, I think rapid fire out of all the like rogue setups in general, or rogue's core skills in general, I think benefits the most from Toboss Will. I think Pinshot has some really cool stuff you can do with it because of the lucky hit chance. But in terms of just raw, unadulterated like damage potential, I think rapid fire benefits the most from Toboss Will. The scaling, especially. It's extremely hard to find the Umbrus aspect. You get over 100 pants and still nothing? Wow, that's some bad luck. Like, really bad luck. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, just in the meantime, just drop Smoke Grenade or Dark Shroud until you get the Umbrus. It's really the best you can do. Is it always 12 points or combo points? Well, depending on how much resources you have on the pants. Like for me, it's always 22 points as long as I get the proc. That's another thing too as well. If you're playing any combo point combination to boss will combination, you got to actually make sure you shoot enough, like to make sure you get the proc, because you don't know when you're gonna get the proc. It's a 30% chance. So like, you know, if you're shooting like one puncture or two punctures or whatever like that, like, and you don't get the proc, then your damage is it's not even there. So like with Ravenous, you shoot very fast, so it's okay to like wait till like 4 or 5 or even 6 shots or something like that, just to make sure that you got your 22 points before shooting, because the difference between doing it and not doing it is like massive. So sometimes you might waste, sometimes you might get the proc on the first hit, sometimes it might take you 4 or 5 hits to get the proc, but like, you know, you have to kind of keep that in mind when you're playing a build like this, because especially with rapid fire and also pin shot, like your damage falls off a cliff if you do not get that 22 points. So you can't just, you know, like do like a 1 and then fire and a 2 and then fire and then 1 and then fire again and expect to like deal any damage with this, because then you're relying on like some real, crazy RNG. If you notice, if you're watching me play rapid fire right now, right, most of my shots, if you notice, most of my shots are with 22 combo points, with 28 arrows being shot. But that's because I make sure that I'm getting that proc, even if it means I have to shoot like 2 more punctures. That's fine. 2 more punctures is well worth making sure I have 28 arrows versus 8 arrows. Massive difference. Like right there, that was 3 mil, 1 arrow hit. But and like sometimes I do, like sometimes I only get the 8 arrows, but that's like rare. Kill them all. I think that sounds like XP values. Am I going? You like the idea of increasing max combo points? I hope they experiment with that. To be honest with you, I hope they don't. I know that probably sounds negative, and here's why I hope they don't. Here's why I think that's a bad thing. Well, it would prevent build diversity if you do that. Here's why. Not because everybody would just take combo points, but it's because it will force you to play puncture every time. Because puncture is it's gonna be the only one that will be able to fill up 6, 7, 8 combo points or whatever almost instantly. no other, no other, but like only Blaze Shift and Invigorating Strike, which is you're not gonna really use that anyways if you can be doing like close quarters combat stuff. But it would mean it would mean that you must take it. It's already Puncture is already the best basic skill in the, in the Rogue Arsenal. If you increase combo points and make that a permanent thing, no one would ever use any other like basic attack, period. Like ever. And like that would literally just kill every other basic attack because you would never be able to proc enough combo points without shooting way more than you would have to with whatchamacallit. So like I get where you're coming from. I think, being able to, maybe do something more combo points is nice. But I think ultimately that would just make everyone more pigeonholed into it than they already are. And I don't think that's what you want overall in terms of like build diversity and or balance. Okay, I think it's right here. I got 8 minutes to get there. They could just suggest a combination to trigger with the ranged basic attack. I mean, I guess you could do that. But then, again, now you have the other problem. What do you do with Intersight and Preparation when combo points is already the most played specialization, even without to boss world? You see what I'm saying? So like you will have to almost just redesign a good chunk of what Rogue is about just by, keeping a somewhat cool mechanic like increasing combo points or whatever. And this is somebody that plays mostly combo points. Like I play primarily combo points. So obviously I will benefit with more combo points as a baseline. So I'm totally not against the idea of being stronger for the builds that I normally play, but I also can see the side effects of that same thing, and I wouldn't want that for the class. And a side preparation need buffs anyway. Yeah, they just need reworks, honestly. Will you play again Pin Shot build, or is it just worse to Rapid Fire? I'm gonna play some Pin Shot after this Helltide. I just don't want people to think that like, I know there's been like a lot of like, some people really like the Pin Shot build on Max Roll. Some people really, feel like it doesn't work at all. And I haven't played it on stream. So I want to at least have footage of like how to actually approach the build. Because it's not necessarily so straightforward and it's a lot to juggle. So like if I actually have gameplay footage of it and it's like, oh, that's what you need to do, then it might be easier for some players to like execute said or you can like, watch Woody play Pin Shot Rapid Fire. It's legit the same thing. He's just doing it with physical. He does it. He sacrifices a little bit of damage for more mobility and utility, but it's like the same thing. Either way works. What's the 35% XP bonus next week? It's exactly that. Next week, Blizzard is going to give us 35% multiplicative XP bonus starting on Monday. So from Monday through Friday next week. So you have 1 week to, if you want to level up a new character or new characters or get your character to 100, next week is the time to do it. The Pin Shot you're using is the one on Max Roll. The one I will be after this Helltide. I'm using Rapid Fire right now. I love playing without combo points, but I really like the more combo point effect they could. Basic combinations don't really only get 3 combo points and make it work without basic attacks. They need to do something with basic attack. The other basic attacks in general. Puncture is just way too good. My favorite basic attack is actually Forceful Arrow, but I can't use it this season because of the whole boss roll bug. I'm forced to use Puncture. Legit forced to use Puncture. And I really don't like that. It's primarily why I was hoping they would fix it this season, but no, it is what it is. Still newish to Rogue. Already bored TB. These range builds look more fun. Not to mention insane boss damage with the Banished Lord Talisman. Yeah. Yeah. The meme boss kills or the meme boss kill builds are pretty nice. What aspect am I using the boots? Right now, Manglers, but I think I might change that in the future. He just yanked me. I might go with something different because I actually want to try out some God Slayer stuff. I want to see if I can actually kind of, make that work or fit that in somewhere. Your opinion? All basic attacks should be as fast as Puncture. I agree. Actually, well, Blaze Shift is faster than Puncture, though. Believe it or not. Like, Blaze Shift is definitely faster than Puncture. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of the other ones in general, yeah, I agree. At least Puncture should be the baseline of the attack speed for the other basic attacks. Yeah, they tell me about my barrage. I love it. Nice, man. So, shouts out to at least the practice period deal was fun. The issue, the thing I find about that is that I need that aspect with the additional charge to Shadow Step to really make that like work well. Because then I have to take the stun one. Right now, I don't use the stun on Shadow Step right now because the way that I'm playing this right now, I have Shadow Step here. And that gives me a 5-second buff to Boss Will for the unstoppable portion of it. So when that runs out with the cooldown on Shadow Step, I can fit that in the rotation every 5 seconds, which matches up with the 5 seconds of buff with the rapid fire. At least when I'm playing close quarters combat, that is. I probably just said an earful. That probably may not make much sense to everyone. But with that being said, the only way that I'm going to be able to switch to rune or switch to passive and be able to keep all my buffs up all the time would be if I had that aspect on my boots. So that's what I'm going to mess with later on in the stream. But I also got to switch out my defensive aspects too and stuff like that because I'm going to have disobedience if I did that. I got to try it without disobedience, but I think it's gonna go really horrible. Killers, what's going on, man? My friend got to know that I betrayed him long ago. What do you do? You're the one. So you're the one who betrayed him. You betrayed him. What do you do? Well, is your friend still talking to you now? Like, are you still in communication with him, or is he just like F it? Not running barrage. I play different setups.
Not in town.
But no, right now I'm running rapid fire. I might do pin shot like after Helltide. No, he just left. Well, I mean, if you're truly sorry, I mean, I think the best thing you can do is attempt to contact him. If you don't say anything at all, then that kind of shows that you don't care, I guess. And that, you know, you're fine with it. I mean, so the first thing I would do is at least attempt to make attempt to make contact. If he won't say anything to you, then there's nothing you can do. But step one would be to at least talk with him about it. It's better than the Rain of Fire one on Maxro, yeah. Mainly because of the fact that combo points is so bonkers this season that anything not combo point related is just not good this season. So like, yeah, the Rain of Arrows one doesn't really come close to this at all because it's not combo points. It's not Rain of Arrows' fault. It's just kind of is what it is. What do you think would be the best 2 classes for Avatar Azir? Hard to say. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Barb would be one of them. Just because Barbs are just so strong. I would assume Ball Lightning Sword would be the second. But it's kind of hard to say because it's hard to really prepare and to know how much defenses you really need and whether or not some of the builds are going to actually perform the way that they need to when things have a lot more hit points. Like, it's different now when things die in one shot, but when they don't and you actually have to deal with stuff, then that's kind of going to kind of, you know, check certain builds and be like, oh, well, now you have to deal with this, so now you might need this and you can't skimp out on this now. And there's going to be a lot of, like, you know, realizations on, you know, builds that are very, you know, let's say offensive heavy, I guess, or can't deal with certain affixes or whatever. So it's hard. It's gonna be hard to say, you know, how this is gonna work. But I guarantee you that everybody's builds that they're preparing for right now versus what they are gonna end up preparing for after playing it, it's gonna be a bit different. Trap Barb once hated it. how much health, I mean HP will he have? Well, it's not a he per se. It's just like the scaling of hit points and damage is going to be like much higher than, you know, the T100 Nightmare Dungeon stuff. So I mean, we don't really know. Let's just say that let's just say right now, even if you're hitting for 750 million, like you're not gonna cruise through like 15 plus Avatar of Zero. So just don't expect to run in. I mean, the low levels probably like maybe like 1 through 3, 1 through 4. Barbs will be one-shotting everything still mostly. But once it start getting to like the 9, 10, 11 range, you're not doing that anymore. And then 25 is, well, impossible without the unique glyph leveled up really, really high, no matter how strong your barb is. Like 20 to 25. Are they just dungeons or are they the new Uber bosses too? No, there are no new Uber bosses. It's just a dungeon-ish. Or dungeons-ish. You know how much armor to prepare? No. There's no formula yet. The only people that would know that could kind of like give an actual formula are the 3 people who played it, and they can't tell. They can't give those kind of specifics out. Because energy affects the damage from combo points. Well, energy affects the amount of damage your edge, like how much damage your edge master you're getting. Well, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. The easy answer is just no. Or the amount of energy doesn't. Now the max resource does. How much combo points you can get. But the amount of energy doesn't matter. Like in the globe itself doesn't matter. How do I know if I'm proccing the full close quarters bonus? It'll tell you. You'll see like a little, well, sometimes there's a lot of buffs in like the bar down here, but there's an icon that shows up. Usually you'll know because your attack speed will change. You get 20% attack speed if you proc both bonuses. So you'll know. Not only that, but your damage will skyrocket. Like if you have like 140% more, you know, multiplicative damage with crowd control bonus, I mean, you're going to feel that. You're going to know. Like right there it is. Increase damage versus crowd control. Like that's the buff icon. But I wouldn't like look at that on the bar to make sure you have it. Just do you use movement speed on any equipment? Yes, all equipment. As a rogue, you should always have movement speed on both boots and your amulet for the most part. Can you make sure you shadow step in? Yeah, that's what I do. Like every engagement, I shadow step basically. And then in between imbuements, I also do the same thing too. How do I play rapid fire? What do you mean? All right. Give me like a little more details. Like, I mean, like rotation, like. We could say victimize might be an option over close quarters combat, considering you can proc its lucky hit every time. For what build? Oh, a pin shot? I mean, technically, yeah, you can. You can if you want. Do you not use the ricochet rapid fire aspect? I do. It's on my it's on my two-hand crossbow. The thing is that if they're dying in the first couple of hits, then the ricochet doesn't really happen. That's why you see me line up mobs. So the easier the content, the less ricochet you get. Because stuff has to live to ricochet off of. That's why actually rapid fire does better the harder the content really is, because you're gonna actually get all your ricochets to happen. Did you hear me, Duty? Missing out on all the dead man's chest to give a few cinders every time. So you added victimized rapid fire just to not use close quarters combat? What do you mean? A few streams I did it with victimized, and a few streams I did it with close quarters combat. I do change out the styles every now and then. Like one day I might feel like playing with victimized. Next day I might feel like playing with close quarters combat. They both work. I mean, I'm not stuck playing just one way generally, especially on the build I can play multiple different ways, right? But yeah, when I first put the guide out, I played with victimized like for like 3 or 4 days straight. Yeah, I've been doing close quarters combat for the past 3 days. For rotation, hope December isn't face roll. It's not going to be face roll. Chances are people won't even hit the 25 mark. Like tier 1, like 25 before the season's out. Like, that's how big of a difference it is. You guys insist it's easier to stat vulnerable over crowd control? Not really. It's the same thing. Instead of rolling vulnerable, you roll for crowd control. Like, it's legit the same thing. Instead of rolling one stat, you roll a different stat. Instead of, exploit, you go, or exploit glyph, you go control glyph. Like, it's legit the same thing. All, like, both stats roll on the same pieces of gear, right? Yeah, didn't the fan? Oh no, I'm just saying, like, I'm just making sure you know that, like, if I'm running one variation, it's because today I feel like it. In a sense. That's all. But Victimize has better AoE. So, like, generally speaking, for content like this, open world content, Victimize is infinitely better. Because I don't need the extra damage per arrow by any means. I'm so used to playing like this because I played a lot of Barrage that it's kind of hard to like my muscle memory is so used to jumping in and doing what I normally do. So like this is kind of like feels normal to me. But in terms of rotation though, was it Larry Bird? So what I do is basically at least for the close quarters combat, for close quarters combat, I use Shadow Step first. That gives me 5 seconds to boss will. Then I evade back. That gives me 5 seconds of the rapid fire buff. Then I make sure I'm still within melee range or close range with the first puncture. That then gives me close quarters combat. So now all 3 of my damage buffs have been applied from the Shadow Step, the evade back, and the first puncture. Then after I do that, I pop Shadow Imbuement, fire, do it again, fire until both shadow imbuements are gone. When they're gone, at that time, all of my buffs are gone. So now I got to shadow step again, rinse and repeat. Shadow step, evade back, puncture, then do the same thing again, but now with cold imbuement. And then once shadow imbuement is off, cooldown, or after I use both charges of cold imbuement, I do the same thing. That's what you're seeing me do, like legit almost every single time. Because it doesn't look like it's that complicated, because I might not make it look like it's what I'm doing. But yeah, watch it. Like, watch what I'm doing here. So here you go. Shadow step, evade back, puncture, shadow. Now this is off cooldown. I do it again. Now I do cold imbuement. I'm just so used to it now that it looks like I'm not even trying with it. But yeah, that's legit how you get the most damage out of this with the close quarters combat. Now, if you're doing victimize, which is the version on Maxro, right? You don't have to worry about ever jumping in. You literally just make sure you use metamorphosis. So you evade once, and then you just fire with your imbuements. Imbuement, shoot, then evade with metamorphosis, imbuement, shoot, imbuement, shoot. That's it. So the victimized version is much easier to play and doesn't require you to have to jump in to proc close quarters combat, etc. That's why I think people find it considerably easier, or they're getting better results with rapid fire on the Max Roll guy, because I didn't build it around close quarters combat. Close quarters combat is hard to keep up with. Now you see why, like, some people are kind of like, hey, my pin shot thing is really not doing well. Well, that's because the rotation is not easy. See what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I'll call it out again. Here we go. I don't care about my chest right now. It's fine. All right, so here we go. I'll look for something here. Shadow step, evade back, puncture, shadow, imbuement. Okay, now I gotta do it again. Evade back, cold imbuement, cold imbuement. By that time, this is off cooldown. Rinse and repeat, do the same thing. Here it is. Okay, shadow step is off cooldown now. Evade back, do the same thing. Okay, off cooldown now. Shadow step, evade back, shadow imbue, combo points. Like, don't get me wrong, the rotation sounds like a lot, but once you do it enough, it becomes muscle memory, and it just kind of becomes somewhat natural. But it's not something like, let's say if you're going from, like, for example, like a pulverized druid or something. If you're going from that to this, it's gonna be like a bit to handle. Is it more DPS? Is it more DPS than what exactly? You mean than not doing a rotation? Is it more DPS than victimize? Well, nothing really beats close quarters combat right now. Period. Close quarters combat is the strongest key passive, by a significant margin. But here's the but though. Okay. The thing that victimize has over close quarters combat is the fact that with rapid fire, like things like rapid fire does so much damage, like per arrow, that oftentimes you're literally overshooting, you're overkilling most of your targets you're shooting almost all the time. So, but you don't have any AoE other than the ricochet and the shadow imbuement, which means that you kind of have to line things up a bit more often to make sure that all your arrows shoot in the line and kill stuff in the line. That's why you see me whenever I shadow step and I evade, I kind of like walk around a little bit and look for the best shot if I'm using close quarters combat. If I'm using victimize, I don't have to do that at all. because then with Victimize, the AoE from Victimize will be enough to kill the surrounding targets. So ironically enough, despite that Victimize is the weaker passive, it clears better because Rapid Fire doesn't need more single target damage. Am I using the ricochet aspect? Yes. It's right here. The reason why you don't see a lot of ricochets, is it duty or duddy? Is because stuff dies too quick. So like, if stuff is dead, it doesn't ricochet. So if that arrow kills that target, it's not ricocheting. So stuff like this, like Helltide and stuff like that, like open world, like it takes only 1 or 2 arrows to kill them out of 28 arrows I'm shooting. So I'm not getting many ricochets in like open world content at all. But the harder the content is, the better my ricochets are, or the more I ricochet. Because stuff will stay alive longer. Yeah, it is better in Nightmare Dungeons. That is correct. It sounds like a high skill build. Most rogue builds are. That's the thing. Like especially like if you're playing a range core skill, like if you're playing barrage, pin shot, or rapid fire, they're all pretty high skill setups. I think the rapid fire one on Max Row is probably the easiest to perform because you don't have to use close quarters combat. But barrage and pin shot, because of the nature of how strong close quarters combat is, like you kind of have to go close quarters combat, and it makes it like pretty difficult. Make a video about the rotation. I guess I could. I don't really feel like people will actually watch it though. Like, I don't think it'll actually do well on YouTube if I did it. I mean, I do explain it on the Max Roll guide, like exactly what you should do. But I mean, in a video, I don't think it's gonna get much attention. Like in order to like get that out there for most people to see, I have to pitch that to someone else. Like I have to pitch it to Rudy or pitch it to Rax or something to really get the attention, like to really get it out there for people to truly get the rotation. Unless I smack it into the guide. Like I guess I could put the video into the guide so people know. But yeah, there's a lot of like, that's the reason why, honestly, to be honest with you, that's the reason why I kind of like the rogue builds. I like, you know, I know not a lot of people like it, but like, I kind of like the extra, like the difficulty to, or the skill ceiling to kind of make it work really well per se. I know that's not like everyone's favorite thing to do per se, but I potentially like builds that kind of, you know, require, you know, or that, I don't say require per se, but like can get better with skill per se. But I also know it's not necessarily player friendly sometimes too. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how Rogue is right now this season. Close quarter combat or bust, except with rapid fire, is the only one I think can get away without using close quarters combat. Is TB going to be unplayable in Avatar? No, TB would do fine. The problem with TB, the problem with Twisting Blaze come Avatar Azir is that, I won't say problem, but as for Twisting Blaze, it's going to come down to, can you build your poison Twisting Blaze rogue to survive long enough? That's pretty much going to be the challenge. Because in order for poison imbue an X-Fall or X-Fall to do its thing, you have to stack it. So that means you have to kind of sit in one place and like really just stack the crap out of like poison. And when you're in that kind of content, can you survive getting hit that much to stack that much poison? That's going to be the That's going to be the challenge. Because you have to stand still long enough to actually like get some poison procs, right? So once TB rogues figure that out, whatever that ends up being, once the TB poison rogues figure that out, I think they'll do just fine. They'll do well. But I think initially it's going to be pretty hard because it's going to be like, well, how in the hell am I going to survive with this? But there'll be some people that'll figure it out. I mean, Lucky will figure it out, you know. I think range builds are gonna have, you know, a little bit easier time, you know, if played well, surviving just because you're not having to get hit nearly as much. So you can, you know, stand to deal more damage consistently over time, just because you don't have to, you know, well, get hit nearly as often. Brain builds get boring quickly. Well, I mean, some people prefer that. But just understandably so. I mean, because let's be honest, the rotation that I talked about on the road, you know, considering like how many things you got to do to make your rogue feel, you know, remotely powerful, like you can do a heck of a lot less on Barb and like one shot everything. So people kind of look at it as like, well, why should I push this many buttons when I can just push one button and do a heck of a lot more on the Barb, right? And that's true. So when I run my 100s, I kind of want to play a bit solo today because I want to experiment with some things. And it's kind of hard to do that in a group environment because obviously playing in a group kind of skews results. But if I'm doing like, you know, some like Duriel stuff or Gregory or Rashawn, then that's fine. Let's see. It's a healing well. Weaponry might be more than centers than what I have, but whatever. We'll see. Cos, what's up, man? You said thank you, man. What's up? What happened? Have I tried using poison? You mean with this setup? No. I can't see a reason to use poison in this setup. Like, I feel like if you're gonna do poison, you have to spec all into poison. Otherwise, poison is just kind of meh. And I guess my theory is, do I want to wait for poison to deal this damage, or do I just want to kill him in one shot with cold imbuement? I think killing him in one shot is faster than waiting for poison to kill him. In most scenarios. It's like the only time I really feel like I miss poison is if I'm like, actually I don't really miss poison at all, really. Like the bosses are all one shot even without poison. Duriel might take 2 shots or 2 rotations instead, which will, I mean, the poison still has to deal as damage even if I went poison, or I mean, I don't even need the cold imbuement. Usually shadow imbuement Shadow imbuement on Duriel or any of the bosses is basically a 1 rotation or 2 rotations. So like, you see what I mean? Like I don't have a legit reason to slap poison. Now, of course, like let's say hypothetically Abator Azir or something like that, right? Then maybe I might drop like, let's say smoke grenade and go 3 imbuements and try to like get some, you know, like points into poison imbuement just for a little bit of extra damage. But right now, like if I can one-shot stuff, what will poison offer me? let's do this real quick. Let me show you something about code imbuement. I think sometimes people don't really fully understand how good code imbuement really is. Just because it's like, oh, it's code imbuement. You know, all you do is chill things, and it's like, yeah, it's a little bit more than that. Let's go to this doll real quick. Let me see my amulet. What do you mean? It's just a regular amulet, basically. Movement speed, armored. I did damage reduction here, and then exploit passive. It can be a little bit better, but I'm fine with it. Are you throwing by foregoing cold for poison for bosses? No, not really. I'm just saying that like my rotations, like my normal rotation from shadow to cold, the bosses don't live long enough for me to even go to cold. Like generally 2 rotations with the shadow imbuement, because keep in mind, even though shadow imbuement doesn't blow up or anything, I still get a multiplier. Like if they got the shadow damage on them, then I get 12% increase multiplicative damage just for shadow just being on the target. This is also buffed by corruption, because corruption basically, you know, increases the potency of all your imbuments. So that also includes this. So like by the time I get to the 3rd rotation, which at that point would be cold imbuement, which will already have shadow damage on it, they're already dead. So it's like, you could get +3 ranks to all imbuments for I mean, the thing about it is that like it's hard to really tell exactly what I need for that until we actually play it. I know a lot of people are like doing a lot of theory crafting, kind of putting it out there, but it's one of those things where it's just like I've done a lot of this enough to know, especially like in D3 and like all the things that they've added there, that what we prepare for is usually vastly different than what we actually experience. So I feel like I'm just gonna go in with what I think is already strong, and then be like, okay, I think I need more defense, or okay, I think I need more such and such. I don't think the +3 ranks to all imbuement, especially considering I'm probably gonna need more defense, is going to like I wouldn't forego anything on this amulet for that. Like exploit passive is just way too good. Damage reduction is gonna be way too good. Armor is and movement speed are basically best in slots. I don't know what I would trade. I'm not saying the +3 ranks to all imbuement is bad. I'm just saying it's hard to trade that. It's a hard stat to fit in that I would want for AOZ. All right, but here we go. So we got this, right? So we got all right. So you saw the highest crit there was 3.3 million, right? 3.3 million with shadow imbue. So 3.3 million on like a single arrow. Let me kind of like reset this and do it again. So we're gonna do code imbuement this time. Let's see. $6.5 million. So one of my arrows just went from 3.5 million to 6.5 million at the high end. And this is without the shadow damage on it. So like if the shadow damage was on there first, that's another multiplier. That would have pushed that to about 7 million damage already on that, you know, on the code imbue cycle. So my code imbuement is legit almost double the damage than my shadow imbue. Poison imbue would need time to get to that point. It would need time to be able to scale that high. Yehoda Barb is critting. Is it overpowering for 230 million or is it critting for 230 million? I mean, it's a barb. I think we kind of know that. I like having these conversations, right? It's like, yo, we're talking about. It's like, yo, I guess pimped out my you know, Mustang GT real quick, right? You know, look what my Mustang GT, you know, is doing, and then some guy comes in. It's like, yo, my Lamborghini though, my Lamborghini does this. And we're just like, bro, we're talking about Mustangs. we know what Lamborghinis can do. We're just talking about Mustangs right now. You know, ain't the one saying Lamborghini ain't doing better. We're just trying to see what we're here pimping out our Mustang GTs and showing what you can do with the pimped out Mustang GT. That's what we're doing. You know, get your Lambo out of here. But I think, what is it, like, if I can crit for, like, let's say 7 million per arrow on a cold imbuement, right? I said 7 mil because, like, every arrow crits because of the Tabas Will Pants. So 7 million per arrow, you get 28 arrows. How many? What is that? You're looking at what? I mean, you're looking at somewhere like a little bit below 300 million, right? Yeah. So legit, the cold, like that cold imbue can probably match that overpower bar crit, in one cycle like that. But 7 times 28. But anyways, yeah, I mean, but at the same time though, it is on rotation. I gotta make sure my aspect of elements is up. You know, I mean, there's a lot of like stuff to do to make sure I can get that. You know, those kind of things. But yeah. Hi, please fix the Paragon board penetration shot build. Need help. Anton, what's wrong with it, or what happened to it? Is it like all messed up right now, like completely messed up, or what happened? You gotta give me more feedback. With steps and not with all points. Okay. I can do that. I get the feedback I get from that. I get 2 different types of feedback from that. When I do steps, people get upset that I do that steps are there, because it's like people's like, well, what do you mean go back to the original board and then add points here, and then go back, then step 7 go back to the 3rd board and add 3 points here and here, and then the 8th step go to there. Like, people get upset when stuff like that happens, and then they say, oh, I like the all-in-one board. And then when someone's leveling, it's like, well, I want the steps because I'm leveling, so I kind of want to know which way to go first. So I kind of get both sides of the equation. But yeah, Anton, what level are you? By chance? What about face with combo points? Isn't it good? No. Making it with steps to satisfy all. You would think so, Anton. Anton, you would think that would be the case. You would think that would be the case, but surprisingly, the amount of feedback when I was doing steps before was like, bro, all you have to do is just move, because like people don't know you can slide the wheel thing. So like, it might have it as step 1, and then they're confused, like, where's the rest of the Paragon boards? Like, the amount of feedback we get on that is very wide. But yes, I can go back and try to make an easy steps thing. But generally speaking, the way that is right now, honestly, you just want to, it's pretty straightforward with this setup. Fill out all the things you see on the starting board, then go to the second board, fill out everything that you see there on the second board, then go to the third board, fill out everything that you need to fill out there. It doesn't really matter which order you do it in, to be honest. You level so fast. Then the 4th board, you fill out everything you see there. And then on the 5th board, you fill out everything you see there. Like, there's not like a, should you take this rare node before that rare node? Like, the difference is like so small, it doesn't even matter, honestly. But you will always want to get to the glyph, or get to the glyph as fast as you can. Get to the glyph slot, fill that, fill the rest of the rare node stuff in the different spots, and then you go to the next board. Generally, that's all the steps are really. The steps used to be more complicated because it was harder to level back in the day. But now that it's pretty easy to level, it's like pretty much like because you're getting your points so fast. Would you run Shackle on his build at all? Yes. But yeah, I got you, Anton. Does that help you a little bit at all? Like even just a little bit? Can't wait till next season. I'm going back to Necro. Well, go. You can do that next week. Yeah, you can do that next week, man. 35% more XP buff. Go level up your Necro, man. For sure. All right, guys. Let's play some pin shot rapid fire. And I'm gonna play it as close to the god as possible, with the only exception. I will have one exception, and I want to play with Shadow Step instead of Dash, just because I prefer Shadow Step for proccing the close quarters combat. Even if it is more work, I'm so used to doing it now that I'd rather do it that way. But it's legit the same thing. Let's see. Guess we'll roll. Well, let's see. Let's go rapid fire. Here we go. Okay, so here we'll take these. And then I don't know if I have a good wind force yet. But I guess we can do it with the wind force. This is a myth wind force. That impetus ranks is so low. Whatever, we'll do it. We'll do it with that. Keep the I see basic attack skills. Okay, I gotta find somewhere to put. Cause I just replace that. Yeah, so I gotta replace this with pen shot somewhere. Or do I have a? Let's see. Do I have a ring that has rapid already on it that has all the right stats? I don't. Appreciate the follow. Critical strike chance, critical strike damage, vulnerable damage. I could roll this. Doesn't have lucky hit chance though. We can roll it over this. So we'll roll the pin shot on here. And then go with, oh, wait a minute. I do have this. Okay, so I can just swap. Okay, so I can keep these two, swap this for this. And then do pin shot on here. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's the easiest way to get it, to get all the stuff I want on here. Appreciate all the follows. I might take a gamble with the 35% boost and try hardcore again. All right, so let me go here. It's gonna take me a little bit to kind of get on my buttons properly, because using rapid fire on 2, I'm gonna feel really weird after using rapid fire on right click all this time. So it's probably gonna take me a couple of dungeons to kind of get the hang of this again. Daddy with the sub, appreciate you. What's your favorite area of the map? It's a good question, actually. I don't know. I like Fracture's Peaks, I think, probably the most. Well, actually no. I actually kind of like Hauser. I like this area down here. It just looks cool. Like all this area. Corruption aspects increase all the potency as them. It increases everything, including the damage. It's the most effective with Poison Imbue, but it does do pretty well with Cold Imbue and also Shadow Imbue. Scotsland #1. Alright, we're looking for what, attack speed here? There's a lucky hit chance. I guess that doesn't hurt. Kind of want the attack speed though. I can get it. I won't spend that much on it if I don't get it. Why people like Scotsland? I don't know. They have the little spiny the porcupines. That's why I don't like Scotsland. Yeah, you can keep your porcupines. I can't even. That was more like a hit chance. Well, I guess we'll just stick with this. Oh. That's it? All I have is one pin shot thing? I thought I'd say more than one than that, but alright, I'll take it. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4 of those and one of those. You said enchanting is fun. Why is rapid fire and BB turn on in-game tier list? We haven't changed it yet. That's why. When something comes out and it's like, oh, that's actually pretty good. Like we don't change it. We don't change stuff immediately. We have a meeting about it. Usually like a week, like the next Saturday meeting usually, to kind of like showcase where stuff could go at that point. Okay, do I have everything I need now? And shot. Speed there. Okay, so all I would change here is I'm at the find some points for that too, right? So we'll take some points here. Oh yeah, I don't need this. So that's one more point. We'll do one point here. I don't want to keep trick attacks. What am I cooking? Nothing. Legit. At least not right now, nothing. Gear check. I think I got everything I need. I don't have to change anything else besides the pin shot, wind force, basic skills, Brandon. And then we'll do that. It's gonna take me a little. It's gonna take me a little bit to get accustomed to it because I'm so not used to using rapid fires number 2. So like, it's gonna be a little bit before I like really flesh this real well, but because of muscle memory, basically, I'm so used to rapid fire being right here that I'm gonna make a bunch of mistakes. And make sure. I don't think anything on my Paragon board really needs to change because I'm still doing close quarters combat, so everything should be mostly normal. Yeah, we're good. But what else, Ada? I mean, this wind force is okay. Like it ain't great. That vulnerable damage is like min though. Look at that. But yeah, I mean it's okay. So not optimal by any means, but I want to play it exactly how I have it written, with the exception of Shadow Step instead of Dash. Let me see if I can hit the right buttons. So this is a kind of like a practice run. I change the cursor color, gameplay. Or sorry, graphics. Under graphics, high contrast color, cursor color picker. All right, let's see. Let's see if I do good. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need this, do I? Oh, whatever, we'll keep it. Boxfort with the sub, appreciate you. Oops, wrong button. And 12 mil crit right there from pin shot. Got the fire, there you go. Wrong button. Yeah. It's so weird having rapid fire at number 2. I'm gonna have to get used to this. Yeah, even with kind of a mid wind force is actually not that bad. Oops. I sat there for muscle memory is crying. Yeah, it really is. It totally really is.
I need more time.
Okay, okay. I did that right that time. Whoa, wait, I couldn't. What happened to my potions? I was hitting Q like 4 or 5 times. Wait. That's what it is. Okay, potion breakers. I'm like, wait a minute. My Q wasn't working. This is dangerous. I was like, wait a minute. I couldn't Q through all the poison damage. Oh, I can't Q again. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have played this combination. Knowing what I know now. With that, poison plus potion breakers. Okay, let's line them up. There we go. Okay.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do.
What a time to raid. We're at the boss.
Respect to our fellow streamers.
What's up, man? I can't do the
I'm gonna
dance.
need the chat to throw up some die hype, die
Okay.
thug life the most, and drop my beat for these new viewers.
All right, I'm gonna catch the last part of it. It's the last. There we go.
Dashizi out.
What's up, man?
Kirby Commando raided my stream with 1 views.
Appreciate the raid, man. Sorry I couldn't get the first part of dancing in, but you caught me at the beginning of the boss fight. How's it going, what I want to do? Oh, Vault the Forsaken. Nah. Sure, why not? About to head out. All good, man. Well, I appreciate the raid. Yeah, skill level dart microtransaction. He's really been killing it in like just general content. He's been able to go from, you know, playing mostly Diablo Immortal to Diablo 4, doing really well in Diablo 4 to being more of a like variety streamer, which is working out really well for him. I'm happy for him in that case because a lot of people can't do that. Can't branch out like that and still keep most of your audience. Wait, what? I was like, why couldn't I salvage that? Let's do it again. Hopefully I'll hit some better buttons. All right, Sato, you have a go, man. You said no shackle? No, I don't have a shackle still. Ever been to Canada? No. I hardly ever travel. Oops, wrong button. You guys have some health. Oh yeah, I do have rapid fire, don't I? There we go. Ah, what? Oh, that whatchamacallit. That nut attack. Didn't see him. Heard of Coast Contra, real hip hop. I've heard of him. I haven't really like listened to much of him, but I've heard of him. Tech9, yeah. There we go. Let me make sure to not get smacked by a knight before I do my rotations. Ow. I'm getting a little used to this, a little bit. No, 14 mil with the code imbue. Still kind of on the low side for what I know this can hit for. Shrine. Let's see. Yeah. So the thing to think about too as well, I don't know if you guys are watching as I'm playing this, it's important, especially with the wind force variation or the wind force thing, to make sure that you do proc your combo points here, because this is going to allow you to be able to have enough lucky hit chance to almost guarantee a wind force proc. If you don't proc your 22 points or like that, not only are you just dealing a lot less damage, but you're also not getting the benefit of the wind force, or you have a lot less chance of getting the benefit of the wind force. That's why you kind of see me shoot 4 or 5 times as like a, like a must, because once you do, your damage is, for a rogue high. But you shoot without that, you're gonna get, low hits. What does the God Slayer do? 60% more multiplicative damage when you use a stun, freeze, or a immobilize, and it pulls them all together for 3 seconds. Has a 15-second cooldown. I'm missing the. There you go. Ooh, that hurt. A lot going on right there. We'll do this. Yeah, I like almost always proc the Wind Forest when I have my 22 combo points. Which is why you kind of see like 8 mil, 9 mil, 14 mil, 15 mil hits. Ah, I couldn't cast. I can't. Whoa. I was stunned for that long? What? Ain't no way. My shot step was on cooldown too, so I couldn't get out. I was stunned for a long time. There we go. So macro, yeah, a 1 build damage for necro. Yeah, it is always had the highest potential to hit the highest crit. It's not valuable on like an actual build, but it's pretty fun stuff to do, like for like, you know, clips and stuff. Like the amount of setup it takes to do that is like a lot. But it was cool though. So without bug build, your build is no god build. I mean, I think rogues in general are, you know, pretty much reliant on the bug. We don't really kind of have a choice. It's like, you know, sorcerers, you know, but you know, ball lightning is literally based on a bug. So. Alright, so that's a 3-tap. That's a 3-tap with Wind Force. I know some people were saying Wind Force wouldn't be good enough on the boss with Pin Shot Rapid Fire. And I have a pretty crappy Wind Force. I think it's fine. Like personally, I think it's fine. I wish I had a better Wind Force, but it is what it is. I think, yeah, I mean, I don't really see anything wrong with Pin Shot Rapid Fire, to be honest. I do think that I will agree that like I do agree that it does take a lot of work to make something like this work out. Like if you don't do the right rotations, if you don't shoot enough puncture to make sure this all procs, then it all kind of falls apart. It's legit based on filling up this combo points thing. Once you do that, you're going to get some big hits. Big hits relative to rogues in general, not like relative to like a Bard big hit or whatnot, but you know, or Druid's big hit, but it's, you know, for rogues, you know, hitting 15 mil, you know, on a single hit is actually not bad at all. It's kind of on the high end for like a single hit per se on like a rogue setup. So you can totally do it. You can definitely do it. But if you're missing any part of your buffs, then it's going to feel like you're not doing anything. Like legit, it's going to feel like you're not like well, doing much of anything. And that part can feel awful. Like, so if you don't proc all your buffs in the right order, it's rough. Really hope Blizzard keep the bug. Honestly, I hope no. I want this to not be a thing. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, rogues are viable without the bug. I mean, rogues can clear all the content without the bug. It's just obviously a lot less damage. But like, if you're comparing it to other bug things like ball lightning, then of course, you know, the bug kind of, you know, allows us to not feel like we're too far behind, but we're still behind with the bug. Yes. Remember, barbs, you know, doing what they're doing, you know, the overpower is like really overtuned. They're not going to be hitting for that high next season when they retune overpower. So I don't think rogues need to keep to boss will, you know, to maintain, you know, viability. Viability is just based off of what everybody's doing, right? Not just what rogue is doing. So if barbs come down, Sork's, you know, ball lightning thing gets fixed, then and to boss will gets fixed, rogues are gonna look better. It's gonna do better relative because of that. Oops, I didn't see the blooded corpse. Can't play with the bug just because it's too squishy. Do you have it built? Like, do you have all the like stuff you need? Are your resistances maxed out? Or is your armor mostly maxed out, kind of thing? Because like all that stuff really makes a big deal. You can kind of do it with Tobal's Will, but if you got all the different uniques, like if you got like God Slayer and then like a unique ring and, you know, some other stuff, then yeah, you're gonna feel squishy because you're wearing a lot of uniques and you don't have enough armor rolls. Wow, I didn't get a proc twice. That was a really good hit right there. I have nowhere to go. Where should I go? I guess I'll go this way. Woof. Okay, I shouldn't have did that. That was a bad shadow step. These are the kind of dungeons I don't like because it's like I can't see what's ahead. And I'm usually pretty aggressive. Like I'll just jump in without knowing what's in the next room and I'm like, oh, well, shouldn't have did that. These small corridors here. Real life is hard, yeah. I mean, it's not easy. It's not an easy class to play. So I mean, you're not gonna be able to take as many hits as like, let's say, you know, a barb or something like that without like, you know, going super tanky on the rogue, like super defensive. But you're gonna be missing out on quite a bit of damage if you do so. So it's one of those you're gonna have to learn to deal with. That was a nice shot. You know, moving a lot. Oh, the ancients are here. Oh, they got the damage reduction on them too. Whoa, crowd control. Oh, okay, that worked out. See, you gotta get like a good lined up shot like that. This pin shot. You gotta get that damage scaling from the passive effect. Okay, back up. There you go. Boom. There you go, just like that. But yeah, but even double swing is more good than twisting blade without the bow. Well, that's just Barb in general. I mean, I think we all know where Barb stands. Barb is by far the best class in the game. I mean, even and this is without bugs. Even Sorcerer's Ball Lightning isn't better than Barb's stuff, even though Ball Lightning is bugged. It's just Barb's just extremely strong. Bug or no bug. Yeah, I don't personally. I don't see the single target issue with Wind Force. That was a 4 rotation instead of a 3 rotation, but that's because I screwed up the rotation. Like, I messed that up. How hard is it to kill Butcher at Nightmare 100? Not hard at all. Well, not hard with a typical combination to boss wall combo points build. Without it, it's gonna take a while. By level 100, do you usually have all your lists at level 21 now? Nope. You have to still continue to grind for the glyphs that you still have, because you level faster than you level your glyphs. It's funny how Maxwell had Barbs at the bottom of the tier list at the beginning of the season, did some testing, and then they came up to the top. To be fair though, like, that's true. To be fair though, no one knew how much they tuned Overpower. Like, they said that, like Blizzard said, it was going to be better, but we were basing it off of what the current Overpower is going to be, because we had no idea what it was going to be like. So it kind of made sense given that, per se. But yeah, I mean, yeah, but it's funny because my tier list was a little bit different. I had Necros at top, Barb second, and people were like ragged on me. It was like, no way, Barb's bottom. You know, and then people showed me a video of like Rax's tier list or whatnot, having Barbs at the bottom kind of thing. And I was like, I don't know, man. I think you know, if Blizzard says overpower is a bit better and Barb scales really well with overpower, I think Barb is gonna be up there. And yeah. May I know why Barrage went bad down to the tier list on Max Road? Just because the extra arrows on the Tabos Will thing doesn't really, like the outside arrows don't really hit much of anything. So Barrage doesn't do as good of a job at, you know, like abusing the Tabos Will bug. Like rapid fire is considerably better with the bug than Barrage is. Doesn't mean that Barrage as a skill is bad. Like if you take away the bug, Barrage, I feel Barrage is a better overall core skill. But if you put Tabos Will in the picture with the extra combo points, rapid fire scales a bit better with Tabos Will. That's kind of all it is. But I mean, A tier, the difference between A tier and S tier is just like so small. Like you think about what's an S tier, you think like Pulverized Druid, you think Ball Lightning Stork, you think Barb, you know, like Barbs. Well, Barb, period. Hoda, right? If it's A tier, it doesn't mean it can't clear. I think people get the idea it's like, oh, if it's not S tier, it's bad. And it's like, there's nowhere near that. Like, is that if you're comparing it to something like the Barbarian, like what can even come close to a Barbarian? And like, okay, well, obviously Ball Lightning Sword because it's also very broken. You have to kind of think about like those kind of things. I totally would play a B tier build. Like, no problem. In fact, I'm probably gonna play a C tier build or below. I think in like a bit next week. I'm gonna do some Frozen Orb stuff. See, everything is fixed. Where do I put Barrage and tier? Hard to say because I don't know what the other Sork builds are doing because no one's playing anything besides Ball Lightning. So I have no idea if that's fixed. Where do the Sork stack up versus where Barrage is? You know, same thing with like, let's say Overpower gets retuned, right? Well, at that point, where did Barrage stack up versus, let's say, any bar builds that, you know, with the retuned or the nerfed Overpower? So it's kind of hard for me to tell. I can't tell because, of course, everyone's running bug stuff or using, obviously, the strongest things. You see what I'm saying? So, but I think I'll say this again, too, as well. I know people love some tier lists, but honestly, I think as long as you play a build that's like somewhere like B tier and above, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you're clearing or destroying content. The S tier build just basically invalidates content at the moment, at least this season. If you're playing an S tier build, it's because it's invalidating all content. Doesn't mean that the A tier builds can't do the same thing. It just may not have as high numbers. But I think it's like, oh, I don't want to play that because it's like, you know, the bottom of A. It's like, bro, it's you're deleting stuff in A tier. You're deleting stuff in B tier. It's just that, you know, people love tier lists and people like to look at them, and so we kind of have to make them. Right? People love some tier lists. But personally, I never really cared about tier lists. I'll play whatever I find fun. Now, of course, when there's competition, like leaderboards and stuff involved, then I might, you know, be more like, oh, we'll kind of see. Or I might just try to see how far I can take a C tier build and see how far I can go on like leaderboard as like a challenge. That'd probably be more likely what I would end up doing, knowing myself. I'm looking for the shadow step thing. I don't have it yet still. Ad break. When newer players has meta or super guides to build The ultimate build of the game doesn't matter anymore. May as well use cheat codes. I mean, pretty much. That you need to roll a hold up bar just to feel that power. It's really unreal. I mean, I can imagine just one tapping stuff. I mean, you literally just hit you literally just go and you right click, right? Get all your shouts up, right click, thing's dead. I assume that's what you're meaning, right? Is that accurate? Okay. Yeah. You're like 5% away from one shot in the world boss in your auto bar. Then do it again 1 second later, repeat entire dungeon, all content. Yeah. Yeah, I can blood soaked. Poison ethics. We'll do a couple of pen shot rapid fires. To be honest though, I think I do prefer rapid fire over pin shot rapid fire. Preferably. It's because I feel like I can do almost the same thing. I can line up things the same way. I think this is more satisfying, like getting a nice pin shot hit. Gathering them up. Gathering them up. Boom. Build. It's actually pen shot rapid fire on the max roll guide. Gather them up. That was a little tough there. I keep forgetting I have rapid fire sometimes. I got him. The paragon for this build is the same as our max roll guide. Yes. I'm playing literally the max roll guide right now. The only difference is that I'm doing shadow step instead of dash. I got hit. I got hit. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm just doing shadow step instead of dash. That's all. But it's legit verbatim the same build on max roll, down to the wind force and everything. Cause I build on D4. No, I'm a max roll representative, like a max roll class specialist. So all of my builds are on max roll. All that to see is the future generation of games that resemble Ready Play One or Sword Art Online. There are no guys but fully emerge into a game. Are all powers in the codex? Most are. Nah, man, you're good. I'm mostly alright. I had a rough day earlier, but I'm mostly good now. Man, I know why I prefer armor than elemental resistances. What do you mean? I prefer them both. Are you talking about in jury? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's because I'm already maxed out. Well, actually, no, I changed something around. I changed the ring. Okay, so generally speaking, in my normal setup, this would be maxed out, and my shadow would be 69.8. So I'm able to actually just put skulls in here for more armor, which is why my armor is 12.162. But yeah, usually my core resistance is a little higher than that. Slightly higher. It's normally maxed out, and this is 69.8. So be sure to follow us. Yep, you can max it without the gems, yeah. I get used to the rotations behind this with rapid fire. Oof, that hurt. Freaking poison. Say I don't have a god roll for elements resist. Can I use the gems to fill it in? You can. Or you can use your Paragon board to do it. Like let's say that, for instance, right now I have this here for resistances or whatever. If I'm like under 60 or whatever, I can come grab one here. I can grab another resist node here and kind of fill in that way. So I don't necessarily have to get into the gem. I can just get, like we say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points and reach that way. Yeah, you can't use an elixir. Yeah, that's true. I don't think you want to be stuck using an elixir to each time to fill in that gap. You generally want to fill in the gap yourself, either via Paragon board or or the gym. But yeah, the XP start next week, Monday. Havoc with the sub, appreciate you. All right, so does that make sense? I don't know if anyone's who's like watching that might be curious about how that works. Like to do this pretty well, you're gonna have to like really line things up and make sure that you get the full proc of the combo points. So you need your dash or shadow step to hit a mob to activate the first portion of close quarters combat. Then you need to evade back with either metamorphosis or shadow step, or just regular shadow step to get the to boss will proc. Then you need to use a puncture that's going to give you the other part of the close quarters combat. And then you stack your combo points and hopefully you get the proc. And then the wind force is activated. 22 combo points is activated, and then your damage actually scales pretty well. So it's a process. But yeah, it is tricky to play, and it's not that easy to do. But it does take time to kind of get used to the rotations, knowing that you have to do, you know, certain things. What's what's going on? I started to play some pin shot rapid fire because I know there were some people who came into the stream that was, you know, wondering or was a little kind of like not sure if it actually works well or not. So I haven't played it via stream, so I'm like, you know what? I'll do it on stream. And I was doing it with the wind force earlier with a pretty crappy wind force, and I was doing mostly just fine. What nodes would I give up to get the resistance on Paragon board? That'll kind of have to be up to you. I don't know how you may have built your Paragon board, but if you built it like this, like what's on the max roll guide or something like that, for instance, then you would just get rid of this. You'll get rid of Ruin. Take these points here to put them here, and that's it. That's the only thing I would give up for that. Ruin is just extra, just in case you do have good single resistance rolls. All right, we'll do like 1 or 2 more. I know we got Helltide coming up soon, so. Boy, this always poison to fix, man. It's annoying. But of Deaths, Old Stones, Secret Cavern. This is fine. We'll do this one. Yeah, I'll be making my new classes next week with the XP buff. This will be my last nightmare dungeon with pen shot rapid fire. This time I'm using the two-hand crossbow. Yeah, honestly, my damage is, like, my crit numbers are quite a bit higher with the Wind Force. Like, my sort of shitty Wind Force. Which makes sense. I mean, that's why I theory crafted the way I did. I thought it would be kind of closer with the two-hand crossbow and edge masters on the two-hand crossbow. Like, I was seeing like 12, 14, 15 mil crits on shadow imbued like pen shots with the Wind Force. 16 mil with like cold imbued 17 mil. I haven't seen anything above 7 mil right now with the crossbow. And I should see higher crits on this map because I'm shooting through a ton of spiders. So at the end damage should be quite a bit higher. Yeah. But I mean, you're seeing this, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Like, you guys have been watching me play this, right? You guys have seen double-digit millions all the time with the Wind Force. I didn't hit that not once yet with the crossbow. Like, not even like a 9.2 million or something. Let me make sure my crossbow actually has the right stats. Yeah, all stats. Shot damage is fine. Core damage is fine. Damage for crowd control is fine. I mean, this is a good crossbow. I mean, this ain't no slouch. Where's my Wind Force? There it is. So my Wind Force is here. It's like, you see how, like, this is a worse this is a worse bow. the amount of the roll wouldn't make nearly that big of a difference at all. Like not that massive difference. Not anything that you can actually legit tell a difference with. All right, so let's switch this and this. This is what I had initially, right? All right, let's go back in. Same map, just changing the weapon. And a lower roll, obviously, Edge Masters. Oof. Unless there's no poison damage, yeah. So not, yeah, it's not that. Yeah, 14. Well, that was an overpower crit, but that's 14 mil. 8 mil. So already higher than what I was seeing. 11 mil, yeah. Like, yeah, the wind force is, yeah. Like, undoubtedly stronger with this. And I have about a 90% chance to proc the effect, so, I mean... Oh, Butcher. Okay. I mean, I can't. I'll walk right into this explosion. Yeah, the wind, yeah, it's just, yeah. I was having someone tell me that the wind force isn't better than a 2-hand crossbow. I'm like, math says different. But you know, like I said, I did want to play this on stream because I want to make sure that, you know, it's not me that is crazy in terms of the theory craft. 9 mil, yeah. I mean, just easy, more damage with the wind force, and my wind force sucks compared to my pretty much near godly 2-hand crossbow. Build, it's the one. It's the pin shot rapid fire build on max roll. Wait, what happened to the... What? The gob just disappeared. What? $11 mil, yeah, like, yeah. I mean... Yeah, as long as you proc the wind force effect, your damage is considerably better than a 2-hand crossbow. That was a bad... That was a bad evade. That was really... That was so bad on my part. Now, in terms of like the single target damage, I do think the crossbow would be a little bit better because obviously you don't have all that lucky hit chance with rapid fire on a single target, but I don't think the single target's that bad. I mean, you saw me just kill Butcher and I had a pretty shitty win for us. Although the crossbow is better for like the single target scenario, I don't think the difference is enough for me to be like, okay, I'm gonna run crossbow instead of Wind Force. It's not. I don't think it's that big of a difference. Now, let's say if you're doing like, or just say hypothetically you're doing like Abattoir Azir, right? Then you could potentially like just do a gear swap if they'll let you to do it. Like if gear swapping is a thing, you can just swap to the two-hand crossbow at the boss, just to make sure you get a little bit of more consistent damage that way, and that will make sense. But for these, nah, there's legit no reason to not use a crossbow or not use, just keep the Wind Force on there. And like I said, this is a pretty awful Wind Force. Seven, what's going on? Truly hope Gear Swapping won't be a thing. I'm under the same impression, Tisha. I'm hoping that's not the case either. He said, why is this incompleted? There needs to be an update to it. I haven't gotten around to it. I was supposed to do it either tomorrow or Saturday. But that was the last one I haven't gotten to yet. I've updated all the other 3 that I'm responsible for. That's the last one I haven't gotten to yet. But I will. Check back in about 2 days. It's not incomplete. It's just outdated. What's not updated? Like just... That was made like prior to season, like that was made with like, going into season 2 theory crap before all the stuff like, like happened. So that's all. Like every build has gotten a pretty big update since then, but there's like maybe 2 or 3 guides on the rogue side that hasn't gotten the update yet. Not yet. And Flurry is one of them. Flurry Rapid Fire is kind of another that hasn't gotten a full update yet, etc. But this is just for the Flurry. It's just for Flurry. No, I mean the resistances are fine. Like in terms of like getting your right resistances or whatever, like that's fine. Like all that's there. The thing that needs to be updated is that the clone that was supposed to be better this season still sucks. So building around Shadow Clone was not the plan. Was not the play when I played around with it. So I need to update out of that. But their defenses is all what it should be. Yes. A while then. I should have started this a while back. I could have at least gotten at least 1 chest before the Hell Tide switches over. Oh well, no biggie. I guess I'll keep my setup for now. Anyways, that is Pin Shot Rapid Fire, y'all. And you got a chance to see, for those who may not have seen it before, like played with like all the mostly like geared up stuff. That is what it looks like with all the rotations done. Which, to be fair, I'm so used to the rotation that it's like I can kind of get that happening like very consistently. Is the Malignant Ring any use? Usable in any build? You can. It's just not necessary. Like there's nothing there's no build that needs it. Whereas like it becomes infinitely better if you have it. It's more of a quality of life. Even though this Helltide has pretty much the most chests, most like steel chests and mysterious chests, this is probably one of the Helltides that I least like doing. Just like the farming aspect of it. Oh, absolutely the malignant one. The malignant. I'm sorry. The Vow heart. The Vow one is what I would have brought back. Like no question. Do you know how good that Vow heart would have been on like rapid fire this season with 28 freaking arrows? You know how good rapid fire's clear would be. Basically getting at the very minimum like 4 or 5 procs of like shadow imbuement, like naturally. Like, are you kidding me, man? Like, the Vow heart would have been like would have been very nice on that. The proc wasn't lucky hit, was it, Picha? Do you remember? I don't think it was. Okay, yeah, I was getting ready to say, I'm like, you could probably do some pin shot shenanigans with that. Imagine if that was lucky hit, right? You have a 100% chance to proc all imbuements, every shot, every hit. Like, how cool would that have been? Which heart was that again? It was the imbuement heart. Like, I think it would have been really good with obviously the buck interactions, of course. It would have been like very, like I said, I think rapid fire would pretty much, like, I just wouldn't play anything else besides rapid fire for that, because I'd have all the AoE I need, because thanks to the heart, thanks to the random shadow procs. You want a barber ring? Feels like no mobs around. That die did some replace and the game punish him for it. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. We don't talk about that here, Picha. We don't that didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, they're still alive? What? That is very awkward. Yeah, Blizzard should have consulted the top rogues. Every top rogue would have told you to Vow Heart. Every single one of them. But I do think that might be a bit unfair because the Trickery Heart did allow for some like easier clears for like, you know, players that might not be as mechanically inclined, I guess, for all the buttons that rogues kind of requires you to press. So I think that like the Trickery Heart just does serve a purpose there for that. But I think anyone who like plays rogue, that's like, you know, got that experience or whatever,
we just got,
you know, would have preferred the Vow Heart, like no question.
You know how we do. We pay respects to
Echo
our
Hack
fellow
with the
streamers,
raid
man.
though.
I'm gonna
What
need
is
to
up,
check
Echo Hack?
for some
My
die
brother.
hype, die thug like the most, and drop my beat for these new
What's going on?
viewers. Dashizi out.
Echo Hack raided my stream with
What's
219
up? Appreciate you,
views.
Echo Hack. And 7, appreciate the follow. I'll have that flurry I got updated for you in the next couple of days, man. I got you. Sorry, it's been taking me a while to get to it. But Echo Hack with the raid, appreciate you, man. Loving the Trickery now, a little bit sure would have preferred Val. Looking at Necro players that got the most used heart. You know what's funny though? I think Trickery was the most used heart for Rogue in season 1. Why? Because we didn't use Val because we used Barber. All rogues used a Barber heart because, well, it was Barber. So ironically enough, the data shows that the Trickery heart was the most popular because Trickery was in, you know, didn't conflict with the Barber in the same slot. So they probably did that based on the data, on that data. Didn't mean the Trickery heart was the best heart. It just meant that it was there because, well, we had the Barber and we couldn't do Val and Barber. So, yeah. So that's probably what they did. They based it off the data and then we kind of just, well, you know, got stuck with the, you know, not so cool, not so awesome effect. I'll put it that way. It works, but yeah. Data without context. Exactly. It's exactly what it was. You made a Z-neck? Echo? Are you going to do that for the Abattoir Azir? Well, you play solo anyways, right? So are you going to Z-neck solo? You're gonna Z-neck some solo content? And solo self-found hardcore? Are you gonna pull for the who is it, the NPCs that you know fight in these little, like, you know, quest things? Like, you're gonna, you know, have them do other damage? Can you buff their damage enough to where the NPCs actually deal the damage? Like, if you can do that, I'm just saying, like, that would be very impressive. A little hurricane spell. Can I get up there? Can I get up there? Can I get up there? There we go. Nice. But thanks, man. Okay, sorry, my mind just went kind of blank for a second. I had a pretty rough day earlier. But yeah, appreciate you sending your people over. I am literally just doing what everyone would be doing around this hour, and that is Hell Titan. But But earlier I was just testing some things and making sure things kind of work. I think you kind of get it too sometimes, Echo Hack, where you might get some people that might say, "Hey, the build isn't really working, or your build is like not good on Max Show." And so I'm like, let me play it. I'll play it. I mean, I've already played it obviously, but let me play it live stream. And I'm like, no, it functions the way it's supposed to, just fine. Slaughtered the butcher, 3 tap bosses, and I had a really crappy win force too. So I'm like, no. I mean, it's not a bar by any means, and it's not a ball lightning sword, but I mean, it gets the job done in T100 just fine. You're pretty much speed clearing. But it's not easy to play. I'll put it that way. Like it's not an easy build to play. So there is that. The Road Pro players are the most accurate. Well, I mean, like I said before, if you ask all the like veteran rogues, I guess you could say, it's probably the best term I want to use. We all would have said the Val heart. You might have had a few that might would have said the grenade heart, the fix. Well, I said the majority would have probably said the Val fix. But at the same time, that's just because we just want more utility and more damage, right? For those who might be struggling trying to survive with Rogue, the Trickery Heart makes a lot more sense, because a taunt definitely does help. In that case. And since Rogue is not an easy class to play, there is merit to that. So I want the Valheart, but I think for the majority of players, the Trickery makes more sense. Problem with that though is that all the veteran players are going to build around not using that unique ring, and so everyone, the people who could make use out of it aren't going to wear it because everyone is saying not to. Right, we're all saying, hey, don't use a unique ring, it's not worth it on most builds, right? So it's kind of like, oh well, they're not using this, so I'm not going to use it. So the people that it would benefit the most for probably are being told not to use it, and now at that point we might as well would have had the Valheart. No, you know what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, the data would have supported the Valheart being the better option for rogues, no matter how you slice it. Even with me trying to, go, well, what if? He's like, no. At the end of the day, Val. Because, we're the experienced role players are not supporting it, so. The person who interpreted said that I had no clue in the game. I mean, that's the thing. Like, what the data suggests and what's happening in real time are, usually two different things. More often than not. So, sometimes you can go off of that and be like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But other times it's kind of like, well, why does the data say what they're saying? And whatnot. What they should have did was a poll, like on all the rings or whatever. Should have totally did a poll. See what the players wanted for the class, and if the poll supported, oh well, most people wanted the Trickery Heart, then it'd be a different story. Like, all right, well, the majority of players said Trickery, so sure. You know how like Adam Jackson did a poll for like the Necromancer minion stuff? They should have totally did that for each one of the malignant powers to choose from. Because I mean, they automatically already assume, oh, Necros want this one, right? And that's true. It was very true. Necros wanted exactly the one that they picked, right? It wasn't so clear cut on rogues. Rogue would have both the Barber and another. Well, yeah. Well, Barber wouldn't have been an option, right? It would have been class specific, right? So it had to be a class specific malignant heart, though. Exactly. There it is. I was looking for that. That ethics.
The forge is always hot.
I'm like farming really slow in this hell tile. Like I only got 339 cinders, and I've been there for like what, like 19 minutes. Like that's pretty bad. Because pin shot weak. The thing about it is, I know you. I see the kappa. The thing about the pin shot though is that like, even though I was playing a bit of pin shot like earlier, whatnot, I still prefer the rapid fire, like pure rapid fire over pin shot rapid fire in general. I just think I can do the same thing on like rapid fire. Like the way I was playing pin shot, I can legit do the exact same thing without the need of having pin shot in the build. Although I will say it is nice to kind of see those, you know, higher crit numbers. Of course. T-Punk, what's going on? No updating the rapid fire guide to change to close quarters combat? No. I think the victimized version is fine. The Boogeyman, the way I was playing rapid fire earlier is exactly the way I would normally play rapid fire if I was playing close quarters combat. So already repeating aspect was already on my that setup. But in terms of like rapid fire and drill, I think the playstyle is more important. I think Picha, which is why like I think the victimized version on the Master website people like a lot, because you don't have to go through all these like, you know, leaps and bounds, being able to proc close quarters combat, you know, jump back out, move around, reposition, you know, gather your combo points, make sure you have, you know, 22 with wind force effect, and then make sure you fire. It's a lot of work, right? The one, like the victimized version, while obviously less damage per arrow because you're relying on victimized procs versus raw damage buff, it's way more simple. It's easier to execute and it gets the job done. There's nothing in this content right now that's hard enough that needs close quarters combat. If you run a close quarters combat, it's because you want to, right? So like, That's kind of what that. I don't say you want to, but it's just like the numbers are just much higher. Like the min maxing is just, you know, favors close quarters combat by a large margin. But in terms of clearing content, rapid fire doesn't need more single target damage. It needs more AOE and victimize, regardless of how subpar it is. You know, when you have 28 arrows, you can kind of make victimize look kind of okay. Just like Wind Force is absolutely is pretty trash for the most part, but you can make it look good with pin shot, right? Same thing. So victimize is still bad, but rapid fire makes it viable, like viable in that sense. What is legions? Oh, inside of a hell task, right? Okay. Kind of lost with someone using the same exact build with pure rapid fire. What's the question again, Boogeyman? Because like the only thing I really changed out from how I was doing close quarters combat rapid fire is just I just added pin shot to it. That's it. And then I added wind force. But everything else stayed practically exactly the same. And then I was saying that I think overall I still would prefer to do just pure rapid fire over pin shot rapid fire. Only because of the amount of arrows you get from the rapid fire. Like, I think it's enough to like make a strong case of being able to clear just fine without the pin shot. If it wasn't for the amount of arrows, a little bit different story, but don't need to repeat it. No, you do need a repeater. On the pure rapid fire one, yes. On pin shot rapid fire, you don't, because its only job, rapid fire in the pin shot build, is just single target. You're not trying to clear with it, so you don't need the repeating because you're not trying to clear with it. On the pin shot rapid fire, but on a pure rapid fire, yes, you always have to have repeating. Does that make sense? Repeater on a two-hander, yeah, pretty much. You do so much single target damage that you really want as much arrows ricocheting as possible. Although I like having like either elements or edge master on the two-hander preferably, but I mean, you don't really need the extra damage. For pure rapid fire, you just replace repeater for trick shot. Oh, you mean and yeah, I can swap them out. Yeah, basically for pin shot, you just take trick shot. For rapid fire, you take repeating. It's pretty much all that switched out. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. Yeah, appreciate the info too. Yeah, man, no problem. So that gave me quite a few cinders. That was actually a pretty good event. Nice bears. Ah, somebody who knows about headphones. What's up, man? Just learned how to EQ headphones this week. Have I tried it? I usually don't like to mess with the sounds or the sonic signature, other than maybe like boost the mids or like the mids a little bit on bears because the mids are really recessed. But outside of that, I don't really like to do too much outside of that. But yeah.
Yo,
Dark with the
Darkside,
rain.
we just got raided, son.
What is up, man?
You know how we do. We pay respects to our fellow streamers, man. I'm gonna need the chat to throw up some
DT 990 pros.
Die Thug like the most, and drop my beat for these new viewers. Dashizi out.
What's up, man? Sorry, I was trying to get away so I don't die.
Viewers.
What's going on, man? What's happening? Yeah, I like open back. Like these headphones open back. Like these are like some of the best, like at the price point, some of the best gaming headphones. Period. At the price point, before someone mentions like $1,000 pair of headphones, right? This is like, in the under $200 category. But yeah, like the soundstage is incredible, and the sound is very crisp at low volumes, which is for me is very, very important because I listen to a lot of things at low volume, especially when I'm streaming. So like being able to kind of hear a lot of details, especially in the high end at low volume is very important to me. So for my situation and my current environment, I really like the DT 990s. This glyph is dumb. I just fill the glyph radius with points and then go with the 5 glyph on board. I mean, yeah. But Dalcora, what were you up to, man? As soon as I heard you mentioning, he's perked up. Yeah, dude, they're like for the price, man. They're so good. Like I have several different headphones and whatnot. I kind of use them for different purposes, but when I'm streaming, hands down, it's easier. I haven't found a better headphone for streaming use. For like overall streaming use, being able to hear myself is very important. So open back for certain. The soundstage again is really wide, so it almost sounds like something is happening in my apartment when it's really not. But the soundstage is just that good, and all the sound effects are really crisp because the the dynamics are tuned. That have a really crisp treble. Not a lot of people like that, but I think with like at low volumes, you kind of really tend to appreciate that. But yeah, anyways, yeah. Darkcore had to go box. Is it box as in like boxing? I didn't know he had 3 boxes. That's actually pretty cool. I was never into boxing, but I was into martial arts, so I can appreciate like contact sport type stuff. But I totally like love to talk to him. You need 2 right click buttons to do pin shot and rapid fire run. Oh, and when yeah, sorry, I just saw your comment. Yeah, where are all the chests? Did I not get them on the top? Oh, wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to go over here-ish. He missed 1 day of streaming. How dare he? How dare he? You guys should like riot. Nah, I'm totally joking. Darkcore is a really cool dude. I feel like he I feel like for what he does, I don't think he gets enough credit, like just in the community in general, because he's like a bit smaller of a content creator. A good set of headphones will send you down a very expensive rabbit hole, yeah. Yeah, one such rabbit hole that I'm sure my Twitch viewers would love to donate to, right? Right? Wink, wink, wink. Super, super heavy right wink. There you go. Massive wink. No takers? Alright. I see you. I see you. I think I probably didn't wink hard enough. I'm about to work on that. I got you in the week. I don't have no room for steel. What? We can fix that. There we go. We started right there. That's nice. I got the prime. Appreciate you. We got a prime going. We got a prime. We got a prime. Waiting on the big once a month commission check. Only if you promise to join. Not easy, fam. So the thing is, Flicks 60. So like I really like their headphones, and I love the planar technology like a lot. They're just so big. Like I want to use it for stream purposes, really, I do. But I haven't found a good planars that doesn't look like atrocious on my head. Because of course, you know, dynamic versus, like generally you can get away with a much smaller driver versus the planar drivers are usually pretty massive by comparison. But it also gives you a more accurate sound. And a deeper sound too. So don't get me wrong, I would love a pair, but you know, I think you guys would make fun of me if I wore it. But what the hell is that in your head, bro? You don't know about these? Sound great, but everyone. Am I using Godfrey right now? No, not yet. I'm gonna mess with that after this Helltide. I finally got the boots that I wanted, so I'm gonna have to move some things around to kind of fit it. You wear a hard hat for long periods, so honestly it doesn't bug me, but they do look pretty wild sometimes. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, it's worth it. It kind of. It's people who are not into audio like that wouldn't understand. You know what I mean?
I need more time.
So they have to be for like personal use only. Wait, my farmer was really inefficient.
I need more time.
What's the explanation again on why the crossbow is better on one target? It's just like the crossbow is just better with rapid fire in general. The only reason why Wind Force is good is on pin shot, and that's because of the lucky hit chance. Like rapid fire doesn't get the lucky hit scaling that pin shot does. So without the lucky hit scaling, then Wind Force becomes a pretty mediocre or below average weapon on any other like build period or any other core skill. So since pin shot has pin shot and rapid fire, the rapid fire portion of it kind of like doesn't get nearly the amount of benefit as the pin shot does. That's what it is. Now, when I was running with the Wind Force, whatever, I thought it was fine. Like, it is a little less damage than like having like a two-hand crossbow for whenever you do shoot rapid fire, but you really don't use rapid fire, but like, you know, not often at all. Like you use it for very, you know, this elite is by itself, target him, kill him really quick type thing, or boss. So actually I want to try some stuff without the rapid fire portion of it, to be honest. and see if I can like kind of make it okay on single targets. The pin shot like okay on single target. I don't think there's really a way to really do it without building too much into like, let's say, like really building into poison. Like that'd be really hard to do without the right stuff. But maybe I can figure something out. I don't know. Like, can I get enough poison damage to make poison to be worth it for single target for pin shot without like going all into it, without like bursting venoms and you know, poison glyph and all that other stuff? Like, can I just get just enough to where it doesn't suck? would be the experiment. So actually, let's do that first. We'll do that first. All right. But that was a 15 mil crit right there. Take that. Like, damage-wise, you'll never get the 14 to 16 mil in the 4 single target, right? Well, I mean, you have to understand that, like, rapid fire isn't hitting for that hard period. Like, it's multiple arrows. Pin shot is 1 arrow. Right, rapid fire is multiple small arrows, so you're never gonna see a 14 to 16 mil crit on rapid fire arrow period. Now you'll see like a bunch of like 1 mil, 2 mil hits, but you'll never see like a 14 to 16 mil hit per arrow on rapid fire. It's just not gonna, you're not gonna see that. I guess the point I'm saying is that you're not gonna get the double damage bonus from wind force on rapid fire like you would on pin shot nearly as often. That's what it is, because of the lucky hit chance. But in my opinion, I'm saying I don't think it matters.
I need more time.
Because I think you're doing enough damage to where it doesn't really matter the fact that you're wearing a wind force with the rapid fire, because you're only dealing with the single target bosses for a short period of time. Oh, bosses will come with ads. I mean, so you're gonna fight with Lilith right now? Would you go with rapid fire with crossbow? Well, I mean, the only time you would ever use, I'll make this easier for you. The only time you would ever use a wind force this patch, and it's only this season that it's going to be good unless they buff the wind force. The only time you use wind force this season is with a penetrating shot build. That's it. You would never use it for any other build ever. You always go crossbow for every other build. Yeah, that's the easiest way to put it. Wind force has no viability outside of pin shot. And because on pin shot rapid fire, you're using pin shot a lot more than rapid fire, then it puts, like, you know, wind force best in slot. convinced you to finally. Oh. Explosion. Oh, to make a rogue this season?
Need more time.
So entertaining. Why am I silent? I think I've been silent for like maybe a minute and a half or two if you just came in. I've been talking to the majority of the time. But around this time frame, you know, this is like late night for a lot of people. So a lot of people just tend to like to lurk. And people, if they have questions, they generally ask and I answer. But like if you just came in for like the last minute or two, then yeah, I guess you can. If that's what you're going off of, then yeah, I was pretty silent. Anyways, I'm about to switch out cold imbuement to poison imbuement. Do I have Doombringer? No. I don't have any good Uber uniques at all whatsoever. I have 0. So, I would play with the Shackle if I had it. Oh, there's a living steel that just randomly just is there. Okay. But yeah, if I had a Shackle, I'd play with it. Doombringer, questionable. Because, not that, like, I think for, like, the content we have right now, I don't think a Doombringer is necessary. I think it would be good to have, like, once Abattoir Zero comes out. But I think for right now, and the, like, ranged or the bow rogue core skills, I don't really think it's necessary. Because you're not, like, in the thick of thin, like, getting hit all the time. For the massive, like, toughness that it provides you. Like, I think having more damage is gonna be more useful in the current content. Keyword is current content. It automails me to steals. Yeah, apparently I didn't know. I apparently accidentally didn't pick up one. And the game's like, hey, you forgot this. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, usually you don't forget to pick up steel because it's like important. You're like, nah, I'm not gonna forget to do that. Except I did. Apparently somewhere. What build would you suggest for Lilith? You stuck at phase 1. Any build that has Tobalt's Will and combination dagger. Literally every single one of them can do Lilith. easily. You'll skip the mechanics. You tried pin shot? Where's Lilith? Let's go to her right now. I won't switch anything. We'll go straight to Lilith. I see all these white ghosts come out of my character. Is that an aspect or a skill? No, that's a vampiric power. A cursed touch or a metamorphosis can both do that. I'm not doing so much damage that you skip the most parts. The boss will... Yeah, well, make sure you're proccing the combo points. I think this is probably the most underrated part of using this setup. The whole point of puncture and combination dagger for this is to make sure that you fill up the combo points. Okay? So like if you're just shooting one puncture and then a penetrating shot, chances are you're not going to fill this. You're gonna have to fire, several different, like a good, on a single target, maybe 4 or 5 times to almost ensure that the dagger procs at 30% before you fire. I think that's the part that not everybody like fully gets, but yeah, like that's crucial, especially with the wind force. Cell kittens, what's going on? Can we get a shout out for Cell? Alright, so I didn't change anything out. We're gonna... Oh, I missed that was actually bad on my part. I didn't get the proc. Yeah. I'm bad at this game, y'all. That was my bad. I'll do it again.
I can't do that.
Is that so okay? Is that time made me do it? But you get the idea. This is Lilith. And this is with the wind force. There you go. That's the proc I needed. Wow. Right in the middle. I wasn't gonna be able to dodge that. I didn't think she was gonna do a wave. I thought she was gonna do the second phase. But you get what I'm saying. I didn't change a single thing from the farming build. But a couple of procs and she's... Yeah, there you go. So but obviously this is not the optimal setup for Lilith with pin shot. This is just my farming. I just wanted to kind of show you that you can pretty much still gimp her. Oops. That was bad. I'm gonna die. I don't have dash. So I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get hit by these shadows. Yep. Anyways, you get the point. But yeah, pinch shots obviously not ideal, but you can. All right, let's change up some things now. We're gonna get rid of hold and view. Actually, we'll do this because we had a high lucky hit chance there. And then we're gonna do so don't need that so much. Let's do increased poisoning damage. Don't need that. Oh, I don't need rapid fire at all. What am I doing? I'll do this. Actually, you know what we could do? Actually, no, let's not. Well, no, let's not do that. We'll keep it as it is. Put 2 points there. Put that there. And I think we'll leave everything else kind of the same here. Let's take a look at our vampire powers. What can we get rid of? Need that. I need all these. I think it's probably the one I have to get rid of for this. All right. Oof, I don't have enough. Yeah, I just need one of those. Okay. Is it this one? It's this one, right? There you go. All right. Gucci. So there's that. All right. What else can I quickly swap out to without changing anything like major? Oof. I'm missing corruption. That's extremely important here. So I can give it the basic attack speed. That's gonna feel pretty awful, but we'll do it for science. Also need to change out my gems. Have I done everything on the road? Just about. Almost everything. It's like a couple of things I haven't done, but it's one of those things where it's like I know it's not worth trying. Like the grenade stuff. It's not worth trying.
Another time, then.
Or trying to build. That's a lot of work to try to build into something you know it isn't gonna really work. Trying to think of what else is there. Yeah, I could go. I wonder if Bane is going to be worth it. And it's a strength one too. 50 purchase. If that secondary was a lucky hit chance. I don't think it's really worth it though. 10% chance though. If I'm not doing bursting venoms. Like this would be. So I guess we'll drop this. I wonder if the Wind Force proc actually works with poison. Like, usually unique affixes don't, you know, work for the poison imbuement, but I wonder if like Wind Force is an exception to that rule. That's 150% for magic. This is 125% for the rare nodes. Interesting. I actually didn't even think about that like that. I looked at that for Devious a bit more. It actually is better than I thought. I'm gonna transport into AMC theaters early 2000s. What's the thought process for these changes? I'm just trying to see if I can actually make my poison damage respectable enough. To use in place of rapid fire. That's all. The thought process is no. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. But I'm more of, you know, well, let's try, let's see. But I honestly don't think I'm gonna be able to, but flooded deaths. We'll try it. I'll make sure I got everything I needed. All right, well, this is a YOLO, so we'll see how this goes. Wait, what's the dungeon that gets opened up? Am I blind? Why don't I see it? I'm like completely blind. Did I just not open a dungeon or what? Oh, it's way up there. I was like, wait. I was like, I don't see it. All right. Bro, that is so bad. I'm like, I swear I opened a dungeon. It's just like, all right. All right, let's see. This feels pretty awful with that rapid already. There's no enemies at the start. I don't even know what killed me. Was it the? It says the corpse did, but I literally didn't see it. That was an 8 million non-crit I just saw. Okay. So like a 1 mil poison take somewhere in there. That's actually not that terrible, considering I'm not building around poison. How often can I get that though? Is the question. That felt weird. I feel like the hitbox hit me before he hit me on that charge, or did I shadow step in like during that time frame and he hit me in during the shadow step? Because that felt awkward. Wait, who did that? Are you? I guess the poison damage is actually not that bad. A little better than I thought it was gonna be. Just get it every time. Get down here. Make sure to cast poison imbuement during the element cycle. I never see the blood boils, I swear. This is my most hated affix. Besides lightning. Lightning dome. Let me play more careful. What are my glyph levels like? Max. All of my glyphs that I use for all builds are already maxed out. I'm not saving you this time. See you, Mika. I'm gonna hit by that, whatchamacallit. I guess someone hated you, someone told you to, told them to sleep bad. Wow. Evil cell. Are you Mario Kart tonight, Cell, or nah? Toxie Cell. The freaking blood booster. It is so hard. It's so hard to pay attention to the mini map, the game, and two different chats over here. That's like because I never look at the mini map when I'm streaming. Like unless I'm like going from point A to point B, but I never look at it like as I'm fighting, and that gets me every single time. Maybe I just need to condition myself to do that. I swear I don't like because the only way sometimes you can see him is on the mini map because you can't see him on the map. They can be like in this little like behind the door here and you can't see it, and the only way you know that is there is if it's on the mini map. And it is on the mini map. You can see it, but it's just like, man. Like, I just don't like staring at the mini map the entire time, and that's exactly what you kind of have to do with this affix. So yeah, I'm bad. It's a skill issue for sure. Die minimap arc is coming up. So stuff died too fast for me to really be able to use like the poison imbue as much as I would like. I'm gonna do a couple more of these. Focus up, I know, right? I was doing 90s yesterday with the pinch shot build with 3 levels. 3 level 15s and 2 level 10s since ass. It was a bit hard but doable. Yeah. Honestly, mostly it's just making sure that like if you have your like all the stuff you need, just getting the rotation correct is pretty much the most important part of that equation. All right, let's get one that's not that. Oh, less poison damage, really. Let's do this one actually, because this has a barrier, so they'll live longer. And they're nice too, so yeah, they'll live longer. Enough for me to see what my poison is really doing.
The vile bloodsuckers are only capable of lies, unless properly motivated. We have many useful tools to inflict on these soulless beasts. Their screams, harsh and howling, eventually become like a
That's
sound
actually, I guess it's like I know it's not like a lot of poison damage, but it's
and
kind of
sends
it's kind of respectable enough.
hell.
I could do more. Usually they're dying before I can really see the poison ticks. That's a 7 mil non-crit on a pin shot. All of them did it? Bro. Yeah, Doombringing Shackle? I have no Uber Uniques. None. I have not gotten lucky with any. Okay, that's some bull. You saw the dude do like a 360? He took his hammer and walked around as I moved around, thinking he was going to like move around and like shot. He kept his hand up. And I was like, okay, let me keep moving, and he just followed me with that slam. I got the ring. Oh, you mean the Starless guys? Yeah, I do have one Starless guys. The most useless ring on the road. Like, I don't even consider that an Uber unique. It's like so bad. Wow. Really, I went all that way for nothing. Is there a way to track the combo points beyond 3? No. So. fair. I'm about to pull him out though, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to fight that in that corridor. Not with that suppressor there.
Need more time.
You there? Sure, I'll help you. Maybe Unique would drop like crazy for Avatar. No, they're not gonna do it for that. Avatar is because you want to content. They're not gonna make that place you get more uniques, because then all you're doing is gatekeeping, and they're not gonna do that. Okay, where's my shadow step? Why is it on cooldown? When I say I'm doing what I'm actually doing, they're kind of doing it buffing the mats. What do you mean? Or what's that got to do with the abattoir of Zero though? But I mean, in general, yeah, it's to make it more accessible to fight Duriel in general. That's different from the in-game content. Right. The new content is specifically for like your character's already maxed out. You got almost everything you want. Now try something that's actually challenging. Type ordeal. Right. The steel buff is a completely different thing, right? Separate from Alator Azir. I couldn't move. I couldn't see, and then I couldn't move. This is the reason why I don't do this map. Like all these corridors like this, where there's a lot of walls or whatever, you can't really see. You get ambush, like you're pretty much dead. Especially versus vampires, they hurt. Really? You still alive? Alright, what's over here? Are they hot? Asking for a friend? I mean, I can zoom in on one. You tell me. They look pretty hairy to me. Got this little purplish glow. They're covered in blood. I mean, if that's your thing. Really want to bring on your rogue? That actually wasn't that bad for just pinch shot on the T100 boss. I didn't get like a big poison proc though, but it wasn't awful. Like it's enough. I think it's enough for me to like drop rapid fire and run poison imbue, but I don't think it's enough for me to recommend it for like a guide or anything. I think rapid fire is gonna be more liked, I guess you could say, for single target situations, and for good reason.
I can break that down.
You know what I didn't do today? I didn't do any God Slayer stuff like I said I was going to. I might say that for tomorrow because son, crisscross. This is actually a pretty good amulet. I ain't gonna lie. Especially with the damage with skills that swap to new weapons is actually kind of underrated. He uses S tier glyph level there. No need to complete any objectives. Just clear the middle room and then head straight to the boss room. Yeah, that's true. I think wiggity what? Yeah. But I guess the thing is that when I'm like when I'm playing, I personally don't care about that. I like killing things. I log in and I play action RPGs, and the idea for me is to get strong and kill stuff. Like, sure, I can do objectives, but if I wanted to do that, you know, I'd play a game based around objectives, where objective is the thing you do. I want to log in and slaughter stuff, so I'm gonna want to kill whatever's in the the dungeon. So just like Goa Ruins or whatever, I would never just go straight to the boss. It's just that's to me that's just boring. Like I'm gonna want to kill stuff. What do you think about relying on Blaze Shift for plus 15 res to give you another glyph? I mean, how would that give you another glyph per se? Like what glyph are you what glyph is giving you res now? Or actually let me think about it. Can drop honestly, the thing is that I'm pretty much capped on my res, but I only have one Paragon node. I only picked up this one. That's it. Just this, and this. And I'm capped. I don't have any other. Like I didn't come over here to grab this one. I didn't go grab this one up here. Like I'm capped with just one. So how many points are you gonna save? I mean, this is what, 4 points? 5 points? Maybe 6, depending on the glyph you put here. 5. But I mean, if you have 2 res nodes, I guess, then you're probably saving 10 points. With 10 points, put you at another glyph. Shizzle, what's going on, man? You're gonna grind D2R. You have fun with that, good sir. I am going to raid out Brandon Barrow's bow user game reporting. Cards is going on, man. 15 points, and just I could get exploit, weakness, slot, chip, or turf. Well, you were using Blaze Shift anyway, weren't you? So I guess if you plan on using Blaze Shift and you've been using it quite a bit and you like playing that way, I mean, I don't see why not. What's the DPS elixir meta for Rogue right now? I don't know. I don't think we talk about that. I don't think most rogues even use elixir. So I don't really know. I mean, the only elixir I bother with is armor. Yeah, basically what Booty Joe just said. Yeah, armor. Like that's kind of it. And I've been running these rifts without armor, so. Because like I'm capped with I'm capped with armor with an elixir without having to go any like resist gems and my jury. But yeah, Riptide, I mean, if you were already playing with Blaze Shift anyway, and like most of your builds, I mean, I'm you know, why not? And if you can pick up an extra glyph, I mean, sure. Slaying elixirs. Honestly, I honestly think I still think Iron Skin is gonna be best. I mean, Slayer is not bad too. I don't know what the armor value is going to be at the high ends though. So I think at a certain point you might need to just I don't even know. But yeah, but I did give up a good Blaze Shift perk, which lets me refresh Blaze Shift running through things. I mean, I guess you could. Anyhow, we're gonna raid out. I do think that I guess what we did on stream is everything except for the Godslayer Theorycraft stuff. I did everything else. So I guess we'll do that tomorrow. Because like it's getting a little late here now, so it's like yeah. I got a pretty neat Godslayer thing I want to do with my Rapid Fire setup. I think would be pretty cool to do. I just didn't put it together. I'm doing everything. I put together Pin Shot Rapid Fire because I was getting comments saying that like it wasn't working well, and I was trying to get I was trying to explain the rotations because I think sometimes it gets difficult. Like if you play like a polarized druid or something like that, or you're coming from like a Hoda barb, you know, understanding the correct rotations to get your buffs is quite a bit hectic on a rogue. You know, you gotta proc your close quarters combat, you gotta proc your boss will, then you gotta make sure you proc your 22 combo points. Because if you don't do that, let's say with the wind force, you're not gonna get close to a double or double damage of like that. There's a lot that kind of goes into it. And you got to make sure that you're positioned into a straight line as well. And like, you know, it's a lot to kind of like, you have to activate 3 different buffs before you actually feel like you're dealing damage. And that's kind of where like a bit of the disconnect kind of comes from. So I decided I'm like, you know what? And I tried some Poison Imbue instead of Rapid Fire at the very end, but I did literally the exact Pen Shot Rapid Fire guide on Maxtro. The only thing I did was swap out Dash for Shadow Step just because I feel more comfortable with Shadow Step. But I played the exact same way just to make sure like I didn't like mess up something or, you know, maybe I'm missing something in that. But no, I mean, I was still 3-shotting or 3-tapping bosses with the Wind Force on, and this Wind Force isn't really that great. And I mean, I was receiving 14 mil crits, 15 mil crits from pin shot on the elemental cycles. I'm like, I thought it was fine. I might go back and look at it and try to see if I can make it more accessible, make it easier to play. But like, I think I might have to go take out, like, let's say, Prayer of the Week, because, well, we know it kind of sucks now. Take out these two and put back on like Resilience and Hectic or whatever, and then go the Exploit gem. It's very tough for the guy. If it doesn't work for you, have a shot to get good. Well, I want to. I guess the thing is that, like, I think it gets a little tough because I play. Obviously, you guys know I play like 98% of my playtime is on Rogue. So these rotations are natural for me. Like, it's just like, it's muscle memory. But I have to also understand it's not the same thing. Even though it's written in the written portion of the gameplay guide exactly what you need to do to proc all your buffs, I think I probably need to put more emphasis on, you have to make sure these buffs are up if you want to actually deal some damage. So, and then maybe if I could find some way to make it a little easier to execute, people might find it a little, more workable for them. So I'm gonna take a look at it again and might make some adjustments to be like, well, maybe we can probably do this instead of that. But I mean, relative on the Rogue, I mean, 15, 16 mil crits is like kind of nice, on pin shot. But I mean, you have to get all the, bonuses in there. Make sure you call out that meta rapid fire bug in the guide. That made a big difference for me. And I figured, oh, you mean the level 3 metamorphosis? The thing is this. So here's the thing. Believe it or not, after testing this a bit, this advanced rapid fire is actually, it's not multiplicative, but it's not exactly additive either. Me and Azario were talking about it, and like we were doing the numbers, and he read the numbers too as well on his end, and it's not multiplicative per se, but it's not exactly additive either. Something's kind of going on with this, so it's better than additive, but it's not as good as a multiplicator, as a multiplier. It's not a straight multiplier, so something is up there with that too. How good is Pin Shot rapid fire version with Poison Imbue and Victimize? I mean, if you build around Poison Imbue, like pure Poison Imbue with like Bursting Venoms, you can do it with Victimize. I mean, the thing is that like when you build that way, your Pin Shot itself starts to like take a hit. Like your Pin Shot starts to really deal like, wimpy hits or whatever. And generally when you play Pin Shot, let's be honest, you play Pin Shot to see the big numbers. You want to see the big crits on Pin Shot. That's kind of what it has going for it. But I mean, you can do it with like, a poison route with Victimize. But with Victimize is in the situation right now where it's not dealing the damage that it's supposed to. So like, there's a lot of things on Rogue that isn't really working properly. I wouldn't suggest you do it with Victimize, but I guess you can get enough lucky hit chance to proc Victimize every time on every shot. So maybe you can get overlapping Victimize and not care. I think for the current content it's fine. Like the game is pretty easy. So if you're just talking about like farming and maybe some like T80s, content, yeah, you can. I mean, more physical and poison just boosts. I mean, you can do that. I mean, I wouldn't tell you no. Wasn't that bug last season too? Advanced rapid fire? Probably. I don't know if I ever reported it though. I don't think I ever like reported it. because I couldn't figure out what was going on with it. Like I knew, like when I was doing it, it seemed like it was doing more than it was doing more than additive when I stacked a shit ton of additive damage. But then when I actually, try to look at it as a multiplier or calculate it as a multiplier, it didn't add up. So it's kind of like, but it's still better to have it though. Like there's zero reason to take improve rapid fire as long as you have to boss will. So there's zero reason to take it. So it's still something. Like, you don't want to not take it. Like it's still good enough to be like, okay, there is something happening, but it's not like shit. Like it being additive. It's just not. You're not getting the full value, which is something. Woody says maybe it busts it based on base damage. Could be. That's almost kind of how victimized feels when I think about it. I guess we can do one more rift. I'll do one more with pin shot rapid fire, and then I'll go. I really wish I had a better wind force though. My wind force is pretty scuffed. Is my that's not it. This? No, that's not this. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this. I'll just keep the skulls in there. I don't care. I think that's it. Bone veins, put back hectic. We just craft one.
Don't waste that. I'm carrying too much.
Oops. Alright, now I switch all this stuff out. This is there. Oh, Woody, did you see the enhanced rapid fire thing I was telling you about? Basically, it scales all the way to 100% crit on rapid fire. I took off all crit on gear. I swore it was gonna be capped, so I never bothered to like do more with it. And it was like, no, all right, it just keeps going. I wonder how much crit I can get away with not having then, knowing that. I think this is pretty much it. Remove this for combat. I think that's it. I'm sure I'm missing something. I always am, but we'll just roll with that. Carry on fields. Sure, I guess. I don't like how like spaced up the mobs are, but we'll do it. If lucky hit, worth trying. I mean, oh, it's freaking lightning dome. Crap. I should have checked that. The first time I was able to watch video stream for a long time on YouTube because there's no music. The option to disable music is too loud on some streams. All enjoys the tracks and vibes, enjoys us chill. I mean, you know what's funny? Like different people like I sometimes get the opposite sometimes where it's like, oh bro, turn up the music. Right. And like I do this for like I do music for a living in a sense. So like music balance between voice, like vocal and like what's playing in the background can be very difficult to manage or whatever. So like I like it underneath my voice, whereas some people just really just want to hear the the tunes or whatnot. So it's just more of like a different preferences. Whoa. Already. The mobs in this map is so spaced out. It's like, and they move so slow. It's like, hey, come try to kill me faster.
I need more time.
I'm dead. I didn't hear the lightning thing. Random function at the boss statue, yeah. Really appreciate the follow.
I need more time.
That's what I get for not having dash.
I'm not ready yet.
14 mil. Where's that whatchamacallit?
I'm not ready yet.
I didn't pick it up? Wow. Bruh. Bruh, leave me alone. Wouldn't even bother you down there, man. Go.
Need more time.
That was a really bad shadow set.
Need more time.
Really?
I'm not ready.
Oh, Woody, you still there? I'm playing a new class next week with the 35% XP buff. I haven't decided on Druid or Sork. If I play Druid, I'm thinking of Stormclaw, maybe. If Sork is going to be Frozen Norm.
Dares bring his army to this sacred place? Long have we endured their ignorance, false faith, meddling powers beyond their understanding. Now they will bear the weight of that folly for eternity.
I need more time. Need more time.
Okay. Ordinarily needs more love. It did get some. Oops. I cast pen shot.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Whoa. Whoa. How much poison damage was that? Holy. Usually I don't get hit by that, but whatever that was, that poison tick?
Can't use that.
Dude, that's nuts. Alright, you gonna let me enjoy the fight? There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Need more time.
I keep pushing the wrong button. My 2 button is always like my that. That's what it is. Okay. That's exactly what it is. I keep hitting pin shot. Am I using hectic by any chance? Yeah, I am.
I can't do that.
What are we gonna do? How about this? We'll make this easier on myself. There we go. Because my muscle memory is gonna always use right click. Gonna go by much faster now.
Need more time.
Yeah, I kept hitting pin shot every time. That was rough. But yeah, I mean, Frozen Orb is, I think, is it that cheating? Like my 2 button is always smoke grenade. So like, and I like almost never use that on the boss on a regular like boss because I don't ever like stagger. So like I'm just so used to right clicking with rapid fire. So I'm like, okay. Which vampiric power did I switch out to use Hected? Compared to the actual build, you mean on the pin shot rapid fire? Oh, what did I switch out? Honestly, I don't even know. Oh, metamorphosis. Metamorphosis, because like I prefer Shadow Step. I I honestly don't like Metamorphosis because Metamorphosis has such bad end lag that not only once you reach the destination, like you stop, there's an end animation, and then there's additional lag after that. That if you push any buttons during that lag time after the ending animation, it won't press, so you won't get the effect. And if you have been like, if you've been playing your build like, you know, pretty much not frame perfect, but like, you know, in a similar frame data or frame type app, like if you're doing rotations and you're so used to pushing things in a very specific way at a very specific time frame, often Metamorphosis screws with it. You have to recalibrate how you push things every time you choose to hit Metamorphosis. So for a player that does that often, it screws with them. Not with like a lot of players may not feel that, but like I'm pretty tight with my clicks. At least I try to be. And like Metamorphosis just completely just botches up whatever. So I prefer to just go Shadow Step instead of dash or whatever, even though my rotations means that it's once every 5 seconds versus once every 8 seconds. So it means I gotta build my rotation or build my buffs once every 5 seconds. But I still prefer Shadow Step because of that, just so therefore I don't have to run Metamorphosis. Yeah. But I don't recommend it on the guide because it's just more work. Like it's harder to maintain, you know, that small window in rotations. So I just do Metamorphosis because it gives them a longer unstoppable, and then dash is easier to kind of like, you know, understand to use. So, but I will always prefer Shadow Step, even if it is a bit more difficult to keep up the rotation. But +3 max evade plus charges boost and plus Metamorphosis can help. Well, it's not really about the evade. It's just the end lag. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Like the end lag, the end animation plus the lag, like there's like no amount of evades is gonna help with that. All you're doing, if you evade then evade and evade with Metamorphosis, you're still gonna run through the same end lag. You're not gonna be able to push any skills. That's the thing. And for me, I just didn't like that. Like I didn't like that with Pin Shot Rapid Fire. I didn't mind it with Rapid Fire, at least the victimized version, because I'm already playing range anyway. So it's like I didn't. It's not as crucial for me to get my shots off because I'm not jumping in, so I'm not in any real danger if I'm playing a distance. So I didn't mind a hiccup as much. But when I'm playing something where I'm like jumping in and there's a bunch of mobs around me, and I know I have a second and a half to get my shots off before I get mauled, and I click shadows, like shadow imbue or code imbue, and it doesn't go off, that can get me killed. And it has more than than it needed to. So my whole timing gets thrown off. I know it may not seem like it makes much of a difference now or a deal now the way I'm talking about it, but like, yeah, it can be life or death sometimes, especially when you know, like, okay, I'm playing this mob type, they move this fast, or they got these particular animations. I have this amount of time to get my shots off or my rotation off before they come and maul me. You know what I'm saying? And if you play like that, then metamorphosis can be a pretty big hiccup. Because you have to kind of recalibrate your muscle memory to incorporate the extra lag after that. That's what I don't like about it. But that's like min-max stuff though. I wasn't even proccing to boss will. Well, that's because you probably have a level 3 metamorphosis. Unfortunately, level 3 metamorphosis is bugged out with quite a few interactions in this game. Level 1? It wasn't working for you for level 1, really? That's odd. That's odd. Okay, now that I was not aware of. Not sure if it was terrain. Gotta make sure that you don't metamorphosis over a rock. Gotta make sure you only use metamorphosis on grass. If it's on dirt in the desert, it doesn't work. Like it's just like I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. There's so many bugs this season. Season of bugs. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. But like that's just kind of me explaining the difference between me running Shadow Step and then running Dash or running Metamorphosis, because you know it's yeah, it's not that there's anything wrong. I'm not saying there's not anything wrong. It's just that with the guide, I gotta take into account how difficult the rotations become if I just do Shadow Step instead. You know, so it's already pretty difficult or pretty involving to do the rotations and stuff. I didn't want to make it any harder than it needed to be. So that's why Metamorphosis is there. But you can totally take Shadow Step and then remove Metamorphosis and do Hectic. But I am going to go back to the Pin Shot Rapid Fire guide anyway and take a look at some stuff and see if I can kind of make it more accessible. Because it is a lot to juggle, and I want people to have fun with it. Especially since, you know, it makes the Wind Force actually valuable. Like, it's actually usable. And people love the Wind Force because it's like, you know, iconic weapon. It's like, Wind Force is finally valid. It's like, yeah, you can actually use Wind Force now. So it's like, I want to try to give people that feeling of like, hey, I got a Wind Force. It's going to be fun, you know, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure I stick to that. XJ is like, are you saying we're not worthy? I'm just saying, when I know people are coming from like a Hoda Barb or, you know, Polarized Druid, you know, or maybe even like you know, some builds, some Necro builds, Rogues is a lot of buttons and rotation stuff. So how to get the resource when invading thing and what that comes from to Boss World Pants. And you need to use an unstoppable to be able to proc it, which is Metamorphosis, the vampiric power. That's a Valiant objective. It is a dope. Yeah. So I think that's kind of the purpose behind the way that I built the Pin Shot Rapid Fire thing on Max Roll, is for, well, obviously for it to be effective, but also fun factor. And Beam is for fun. Like Shadow Beam is fun. Wind Force is fun and it's effective. It works. And yeah, you gotta go. Oh, I canceled the raid just because I wanted to make sure I don't like. There you go. Let's do it again. I was Thorns and Hoda Bar before Roge. Why am I leaving? I got work, man. Got work tomorrow. But I canceled it. Yeah. X Falls decent with any of the poison imbue rapid fire builds. I mean, X Falls pretty much decent with any pure poison build. Rogue build per se. Like X Falls works with all of them, but as long as you build into it, like you got to build completely into poison damage to make that work though. It's best right now with Twisting Blades because Blade Dancer is still bugged with poison imbue, so it's gonna always get the biggest value. But you can do it with the other core skills. It won't be as effective, but you can do it with the other core skills. I think Pinch Shot is probably the closest to, you know, it being good with per se. I stream tomorrow, yeah. I stream every night. Every night. So 9:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On most days, and then I think Thursday and Sundays is like 11. I do Helltide though. No, I gotta get some sleep, man. I gotta get some sleep. Sorry. But y'all enjoy Zill Kiwi. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. And as always, till next time.